1, 2. Good morning, all. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. It's 29 minutes past 9. Please make sure that your cell phones are off or on silent. And members of the public gallery, please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Let me ask lead counsel to place them. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioner Baloyi, Commissioner Kumalo. My name is Ndwamato Eric Ngwedo. Ngwedo, N-W-E-D-O. So you need to roll your tongue a little bit, Chairperson. That's vendor. So I'm counsel for Dr. Lebeya, who appears before the commission this morning. I'm not alone, Chairperson. I'm with my instructing attorney on my left. I will also just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Okay, it's Ms. Zintle Dube from Lucky Katiso attorneys. They are the instructing attorneys in this particular matter. I thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, good. Good morning, Ms. Seagulls.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. You were referred to just now as General, so Doctor. So I don't know whether to call you Doctor or General. What's your preference?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Commissioners. I prefer Doctor because it's a recent one.
Oh, good morning, Doctor.
Chair, I would have said advocate because as far as I'm aware, Dr. Lebeya is an advocate.
Yes, I do know that.
I am an advocate.
Yes.
I am a Lieutenant-General retired. But the Doctor one is the latest in terms of the seniority.
Hence the preference. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. Ms. Seagulls Ngube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the General will be sworn in.
Doctor, will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ngwedo. Very early, no, in fact, very late last night, I sent a text to Ms. Seagulls Ngube and I asked her to engage you on how best to deal with the doctor's statements. I think they are the longest we've ever had, totaling 170 pages. We would take forever if we were to go through all 170 pages. Ms. Seagulls Ngube, I hope you were able to reach agreement on a practical way in which the statements should be dealt with.
We have, Chair. I did discuss it at length with my learned friend and with, now I'll have to remember to say Doctor instead of General, with the Doctor, and we have come up with what we think is a practical approach. What is unavoidable, I think, is that we'll probably spend the whole day on just leading the doctor's evidence on both statements. And we will have to arrange a further date for the cross-examination. But we have come to an arrangement that will significantly reduce the need to read from the statement. And we think at this point, we're probably about, I would say we've reduced it by about 60% on the first statement. The second one, we'll try and come to an arrangement during tea.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much to both of you for that. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sigels-Ncube.
Yes, Chair. If I could then just orientate everyone on what is before the commissioners, and then how we propose to deal with the first statement. So, Chair, there are the first file is file 1 that has the doctor's main statement, which is 1 to
Sorry,
page
I don't mean to
124.
interrupt, Chairperson. I thought my learned colleague would remember what we have discussed. There are
Yes.
certain aspects that we need to place on record.
Oh, yes.
Prior to proceeding. I'm happy to do that maybe after, maybe she may have
Yes,
done.
Chair.
But I just wanted to highlight that there are certain aspects that we want to place on record from Dr. Lebeya's side.
Okay.
Chair, we will get to that once I've dealt with the housekeeping, just so that we know what files we're dealing with. We've got and it's before the doctor deals with his evidence. File 1 is his statement, the main statement, page 1 to 124, which is dated 25 November 2025. Then there are 2 files of annexures that go with that statement. It's file 2 and 3. And then there's file 4, which is the supplementary statement, and that is dated 4 August 2026, and that also has 2 files with annexures, so that would be files 5 and 6. Then, Chair, we've created a core bundle, which are just extractions from exhibits of other streams where Dr. Lebeya's name has featured, which we thought would be relevant for purposes of his evidence. We won't get to that today because it deals with cross-examination matters, but just to place that on record. And then there was a annexure, which is National Instruction 2 of 2001, which General Lebeya had referenced regarding informers and how informers are to be dealt with within SAPS, which we've also included in that bundle. And Chair, we can now deal with the issues before we go to the doctor's statement. It relates to a matter which my learned friend accepts the commissioners have no say in, but it is an issue which I understand the doctor to be very passionate about regarding legal representation for purposes of his appearance at the commission. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mwedo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm indebted to my learned colleague for remembering that one. Chairperson, Commissioners, the issue that Dr. Lebeya is quite keen to place on record, and I need to be very clear, Chairperson, that this is not a preliminary issue. It is just an issue that he wants to place on record regarding his legal representation. Firstly, Dr. Lebeya is here before this commission at his own costs, including, the costs of his legal representation. On 12 November 2025, Dr. Lebeya made a formal application within the SAPS for legal representation. However, that was denied or declined. And this happened through a formal notification dated 6th January 2026. What is evident with the communication that has come through Chairperson and Commissioners is basically that the decision maker in that particular application happens to be one General Musikidi, who, and again, I need to be very careful about it, Chairperson, these are issues that he's going to traverse during his evidence. So it's not something that is being submitted from the bar. So they are in his documents, they are in his main statement. And therefore, this person had actually used to work under him when he was still the head of the DPCI, or the Hawks as we know it. And is one person that he had tasked to investigate the issues relating to one of the streams that my learned colleague is going to traverse, the Port Shepstone matter. And there was a report that came out of that, and there were certain recommendations, and Dr. Lebeya had clearly annotated in that particular report that he needed to discuss a certain paragraph 6 that arise from that particular report. That never happened. It turns out when he made this application, the very same person is the one that becomes the decision maker, who then declines General Lebeya's or Dr. Lebeya's legal representation. Chairperson, what we submit, as I indicated, we are not casting this as a preliminary issues, but we submit that General Msigidi ought to have recused herself from adjudicating that particular matter because of the conflict that is apparent in that particular matter, and also the mere fact that the issue relating to the Port Shepstone drug bust is central as well in this particular commission. That didn't happen as we know it now, and it's on the record, and we submit that the reasons that have been provided by the subs for declining that particular application are really frivolous, to say the least, because one of the issues, and I will paraphrase Chairperson because I don't want really to belabor this point that much. One of the issues they raise in the letter is that they, amongst others, they do not, they are not actually inclined to provide legal representation because his version differs with the version of other subs witnesses. That is problematic, Chairperson, because, I mean, if one actually reads that, are they implying that there should have been alignment of versions from Dr. Lebeya with the other subs witnesses that are appearing before this commission? That is problematic. Dr. Lebeya is here before the commission, and he has willingly, and he has cooperated with the commission since October last year, up until today, with all the postponements that has occasioned, which we don't blame it on the commission. He has remained patient to come here and assist this commission in reaching its objectives, but above all else as well, to clear his name in the manner in which he has been, aspersions has been casted on him. So, Chairperson, what we really submit in this regard is that this needs to be taken in light of what has happened, lately. And we have been instructed that on or about February this year, Dr. Lebeya was subpoenaed to appear before the Hampepe Commission, the one that is dealing with the TRC cases. He made similar application based on the same National Instruction 1 of 2017, which is the guiding document within the South African Police Services. He made similar application. That application was granted. And that was after the one that is submitted for this commission had been declined.
May I find this out? Do you propose asking of us to do anything, or I just want to get an idea why we should be apprised of all this? I'm not being unsympathetic at all, but I just want to get an idea.
Chairperson, what we ask of the commission, Dr. Lebeya is here to assist the commission. And we, at the very least, if the commission finds it appropriate, we submit at least this matter needs to be flagged with the SARPs for a possible reconsideration. because
Wasn't the proper course for Dr. Lebeya to follow, to review the SAP's decision not to fund him? Is that not what he should have done in January already?
Chairperson, that may very well be so. We do not deny that. It may very well still be a course of action that he may consider. However, we hold instructions to place these things on record because that actually has potential of inhibiting him in assisting the Commission the best way he can.
You said the verb you used was that this is for the Commission to flag. What does flagging entail exactly? What's its practical effect?
Chairperson, what we submit is that the flagging may very well be that Dr. Lebeya is here. He has always, as far back as February when he was first subpoenaed, he has always been keen to come and assist. This is a commission of inquiry that is actually aimed at getting to the bottom of the issues of criminality and the interference in the criminal justice system. And therefore, we submit, Chairperson, that it is prudent, even though the Commission may just note and not...
Can you please just zoom in on what you mean by flagging in practical terms? What does that entail?
Chairperson, if that may just mean a letter or so, regarding the issues that have been raised, that would be fine by Dr. Lebeya. We understand, and that is why I put a big caveat when I started to say it's not a preliminary issue. We understand that it's not your decision, but if the Commission finds it that there is nothing, even in the by way of just a mere letter, then we will rest it at that. The General is here. He wants to assist the Commission.
I'm not sure. We normally use, we as lawyers normally use standing in the context of litigation, but I will use it loosely here. I will say I'm not sure at all that the Commission would have standing to come and to assist the General in this regard and to write to send a letter, as you suggest, to SAPS about this matter. I'm not sure what standing we would have in that regard. I'm thinking off the cuff here, of course, and again I repeat, I'm not being unsympathetic to the doctor's plight. I don't want to give legal advice, and in fact I ought not to do so. But I think the best course, I repeat, for the doctor is to review the decision of SAPS, and it doesn't matter that, of course, there are, if it's a budget process, there are time limits. Of course, if you're out of time, you can apply for an extension of that period. Those things. Of course, if it will be a budget-based review, I don't know what review you might have in mind. And the fact that by the time that review is finalized, General Lebeya will have testified and finalized. It doesn't matter, because if he succeeds and it's held finally that he ought to have been funded, he can be funded at that late stage, and that will still be to his advantage. I should not be doing this, but I guess I just want us to move on and to make the point that I do not think we can come to the doctor's assistance. Just a minute. Yeah, there may also be, as Commissioner Kumalo whispers to me some internal processes that may first have to be exhausted before litigation.
We accept that, Chairperson. As I indicated when I started, we
Yes,
wanted
yes.
to, we wanted to place these things on
Yeah,
record.
no, I hear you.
It is an issue that Dr. Lebeya felt very strong that it needs
Yes,
to be
yes,
canvassed. We understand the limitations on your end, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps while I'm still on my feet, if I may just conclude by just highlighting just one aspect that will come, and we've discussed it with my learned colleague before we came in here. There is a certain portion in the main statement where clearly Dr. Lebeya has indicated that the annexures related to those particular paragraphs is Annexure 9, 19, 35, and 44 that are top secret and classified documents. Dr. Lebeya basically will seek guidance from the chairperson on how to deal with those top secret classified documents when we get to them. He has them in his possession, and will take guidance from the chairperson and the commissioners on how best those issues can be dealt with.
I prefer that we should hear from the two of you how they should be handled, and we'll then decide based on that. So please engage each other on that, and
We'll do that during.
and come with a proposal. Thank you. Let's start, please.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Lebeya, can you go to file 1, which has your main statement? And it goes up to page 124. If you could just confirm that that is your signature on page 124.
I have the file, Commissioners.
Do you confirm that that is your signature on page 124?
The signature is mine, Commissioners.
Do you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of your statement?
The content are correct and truthful, and then we shall just indicate when we go on typing errors. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, you will note that there are topics, many of them of a legal nature, where the General, if you'll forgive me if I do refer to you as General every now and then, my apologies, Doctor, where he deals with matters of legislation and regulations, regulatory requirements, and what we have agreed there is that because this affidavit will form part of the record which the commissioners will take into account.
Is it an affidavit, though?
A statement, Chair. I don't see a commissioner of oath.
Sorry about that. Please continue, and
Thank
sorry
you.
for the apologies for the interruption.
No problem, Chair. Chair, I was just indicating that there are matters which Dr. Lebeya deals with, which are of a legal nature, where he sets out the laws that govern SAP's operations. We have agreed that because this statement will form part of the record of the Commission, and that the Commissioners will take it into account when preparing the report, that he won't deal with that in his oral testimony, but that it will be noted, and I I will have the task of noting that he has mentioned it, highlight the relevant sections only, place it on record the sections that he addresses, and then we will leave that, which effectively cuts off about 20 to 30 pages of the first statement. We have reached that agreement. And then insofar as the General's background and his service history is concerned, he does traverse matters which predate his appointment as the head of DPCI. He has indicated that there are certain aspects that he does want to highlight. We have also identified certain paragraphs there which he will read into the record, but the remainder will not be. So you'll just have to bear with us, Chair, as we go through it. Doctor, if we can then start with your statement. Page 1 has the table of contents, and 1 and 2, and we'll start with page 3, which is the introduction. And you basically just set out who you are, and that you are you were a member of SAPS, held the rank of Lieutenant-General. You're retired now, and you retired in May of 2025. May I ask you then to also then just at paragraph 1, if you can start with paragraph 1, read that into the record.
And perhaps start with your full names there at the
Yes.
top. Thank you.
Lieutenant-General Godfrey Lebeya. I am an adult male. I was a member of the South African Police Service, SAPS, holding the rank of Lieutenant General, appointed as National Head, and the former National Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, until I retired in May 2025. In this statement, I will also refer to the DPCI by its popular name, the Hawks, at other times. I'm currently practicing law as an advocate of the High Court of South Africa, and I am a member of the Johannesburg Society of Advocates.
Dr. Lebeya, where you say you held the rank of Lieutenant General, in brackets you say appointed as National Head. Are you referring to the Hawks or to the SAPS as National Head?
National Head is in the Hawks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then paragraph 2 we can skip because you have placed that on record, that you confirm the correctness of the statement. And then paragraph 3.
As I said, I was member of the South African Police Service holding the rank of Lieutenant General, appointed as National Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, in terms of non-renewable contract for a period of 7 years from the 1st of June 2018 until the 31st of May 2025. I retained the rank of Lieutenant General, appointed as National Head in bracket R, to avoid confusion with the serving members. In this statement, I will give credit where it is due and will indicate where there are some shortcomings, abnormalities, inaccuracies, or wrongdoing.
Thank you. At 4 and 5, you set out what the topics that your statement will address that you've been asked by the Commission to address. So we won't go through that because as we go through your statement, you will deal with those topics. Then if we can go to page 6, paragraph 6.
The gist of the issues that relate to me emanate from the opinions of witnesses A and B. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who voiced the concerns on their behalf on the 6th of July, 2025, have left it to them to present the evidence as he did not repeat same in his testimony. The allegations is that I was called by Katiso Molefe to send the Hawks to disrupt a legitimate police operation. Based on the opinion of witnesses A and B, Lieutenant-General Khumalo draws an inference that the Hawks were at the scene to interfere with the operation.
May continue, 7.
It is my submission that the presence of multiple law enforcement agencies at the scene in Sandton on the 6th of December 2024 is indicative of a significant failure in the planning and the coordination of the operation. This situation reflects poorly on the effectiveness of the preparatory processes, as it suggests a lack of unified command and insufficient communication among the involved parties. Responsibility for such a lapse belongs to the overall leader of the operation. It is the duty of the operational leader to ensure that all the affected state agencies are adequately briefed and that their roles are clearly defined to avoid overlap, confusion, or unintended consequences. The inability to synchronize the actions of the various law enforcement units undermined the integrity of the operation and exposed serious shortcomings on leadership and operational oversight.
Can I just ask you there, General, you refer to all the affected state agencies, but you don't say who those agencies are.
The affected state agencies in this regard will be the Hawks as a part of a state agency, and the greater SAPS, such as the Organized Crime Unit, the station involved, the SAPS at Sandton. So those are the other state agencies that I'm referring to.
Okay, thank you. And then at paragraph 8.
The questions to be asked are, was this concentration of law enforcement agencies at the scene in Sandton preventable? What should have been done to prevent such occurrence? Who should have ensured that that did not happen? When it was happening and the leader was kept abreast with the developments, what did he do to defuse the situation? Was the custodian of the information of this operation not the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence, who is the custodian of information and intelligence in the SAPS? Is the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence not the service provider of all operational environments in the SAPS? Are all operational environments, including the DPCI, not his clients?
Can I just ask you, are these rhetorical questions or do you address them in your evidence? Do you answer them or are you asking us to answer these questions?
I'm asking witnesses A and B and whoever is suggesting that I have sent the members of the SAPS to the Hawks to go and interfere with the legitimate operation.
Thank you. Paragraph 9.
A confrontational atmosphere was established where various units had to respond effectively to the events purported to be taking place in Sandton on the 6th of December 2024. That atmosphere might have led to unintended outcomes, including the possibility of friendly fire. Applying the conditio sine qua non theory, which refers to a condition without which nothing, or simply but for, one may reasonably conclude that if Lieutenant-General Khumalo had informed me, as the national head of the DPCI then, about the operation, or if upon receiving a report about the presence of the members of the Hawks at the scene, he had checked with me, the situation would not have occurred. It is unfortunate that he cited the issue of trust.
10.
It is vital from the outset, it is vital to mention from the outset that the correct position which will be demonstrated is as follows. I do not know Mr. Katiso Molefe. I was not contacted by Mr. Katiso Molefe. I was contacted by Malcolm X. I directed 2 senior managers to verify the allegations of persons who were said to be claiming to be members of the DPCI and to have been sent by me. I have never instructed the members of the DPCI to interrupt a legitimate police operation.
Thank you. Then the next topic is some critical laws governing policing in South Africa. The first you mentioned is the South African Police Service Act, and as I've indicated, we're not going to read this entire section into the record. I do want you to, however, read 11 and 12, and also to place on record that the provisions in the SAPS Act that you highlight is 16, 17, and 28. But if you could just read 11 and 12, and then we'll continue from there.
The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, is an entity that was established by the insertion of Chapter 6, capital letter A, in the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995, which is a Police Service Act. That chapter came into existence following the amendment of the Police Service Act through the South African Police Service Amendment Act 57 of 2008. It came into operation on 29th of February 2009. The Directorate was formed as a division in the SAPS headed by the head, who was a Deputy National Commissioner. In the provinces, the Directorate was headed by provincial heads who were also Deputy Provincial Commissioners. Major General Arnold Ramat, who was the Deputy Provincial Commissioner in the Western Cape, was appointed as the head of the DPCI with the rank of Deputy National Commissioner. It is written on 6 July 2009. I just want to indicate that the effective date of appointment is the 1st of June 2009. On the 6th of July 2009 is the date on which he took the post in Pretoria.
Thank you. Paragraph 12.
The independence of the DPCI was questioned and the law was changed in terms of the South African Police Service Amendment Act 10 of 2012. The consequences of this amendment is that Section 16, subsection 4, paragraph B, was incorporated into the Police Service Act that came into operation on the 14th of September 2012. Furthermore, the person to oversee the DPCI was to be the national head, who is accountable to the Minister of Police. The provincial heads were no longer the Deputy Provincial Commissioners, and their reporting line is to the national head. The national head determines the fixed establishment of the DPCI.
Thank you. Then you deal with a case, the Glenister case, and you highlight sections 16 and 17 in the following pages. If we can then go to page 13. So we're skipping 10, 11, 12. And if we go to 511, paragraph 1511, on page 13, where you deal with section 17E. This is an important section because it deals with security clearance and the cooperation between DPCI and crime intelligence regarding security clearance and vetting.
Section 17E, subsection 2, paragraph A, provide that no person may be appointed to the directorate unless a security clearance has been issued to that person in terms of section 2A6 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994, Act number 39 of 1994, by the head of Crime Intelligence Division of the service. Any intelligence structure referred to in that act as may from time to time be determined by the minister.
And then if you could read 15.14.
It is worth mentioning that in respect of the assistance from crime intelligence as provided for in section 17F, subsection 6, which provides for support of the directorate by crime intelligence. The directorate has asked crime intelligence to dedicate capacity to provide grabber services for the kidnapping cases and cash in transit CIT robberies related cases. This was not successful.
Sorry, Doctor, can you tell us what period this was? When was this? You don't say.
Since I took office in the DPCI, that is from 2018.
Thank you.
Crime Intelligence Division drew a document excluding the directorate from acquiring the grabber, a tool necessary to assist in cracking cases. Instead, the division will expect the directorate to produce the docket to be inspected by Major General Pilani Lushaba of Crime Intelligence to determine as to whether it is necessary to deploy a grabber. In one instance, an attempt to catch an imposter failed because of the DPCI could not produce a docket to crime intelligence. That would have dampened the operational independence of the DPCI. As for vetting, the DPCI has since 2018 been requesting the capacitation of vetting in crime intelligence as Section 17E of the Act requires 100% vetted officials in the Hawks, and the crime intelligence is only capable of vetting 15%. In some instances, it takes over 6 months to complete vetting on someone who is recommended for vetting before appointment in a senior management service post in the Hawks.
Thank you. And then 15.15.
Section 17F, subsection 4, which provides that the National Director of Public Prosecutions must ensure that a dedicated component of prosecutors is available to assist and cooperate with members of the Directorate in conducting its investigation, as well as secondment of persons with specialized skills as and when required.
Thank you. You then deal with the Public Service Act regulations regarding the Public Service Act for the remainder of that section. So if we could skip all of that and go to page 23, which is background of my policing and service history. And if I could ask you in that regard, if we can start on paragraph 26 on page 24.
I have overseen detectives in Gauteng province from the year 2000 to 2004. I was the head of organized crime nationally from 2004 to 2010. After obtaining my Bachelor of Law degree, LLB, in 2005, I was admitted as an advocate of the High Court of South Africa in 2006. As the head of organized crime, I studied organized crime in the Southern African Development Community SADC region, focusing on motor vehicle crime, which I obtained Masters of Law degree, LMM, in 2007. I continued to study and obtained Doctor of Laws degree, LLD, in 2012, when I was a Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, the position that I held since the 1st of February 2011.
And which institutions did you obtain your qualifications?
The national diploma I obtained from Technikon South Africa, Technikon RSA at the time, the Bachelor of Laws up to doctorate, I got them from UNISA.
Thank you. And then paragraph 27.
I have been involved in investigating corruption cases since I was a constable at the time when corruption was still a common law crime of bribery. I have been on the forefront of fighting corruption in the country and I have never compromised my character. I have been issued with top secret security clearance certificates from the year 2000, and the last one is valid until the 30th of June 2029. I became the first casualty of addressing the criminality at Crime Intelligence Division for doing my work, and the division was never rehabilitated.
You say you became the first casualty of addressing the criminality at Crime Intelligence. When was this?
My investigation of activities in crime intelligence started in the year 2009. And I continued. I see that other witnesses have provided evidence, which is part of what I investigated. So I became a casualty when I was transferred out of the Hawks. My position shut down and appointed in the greater service. And in the greater service, I was dismissed from the police, probably because of the work that I was doing. I was rescued by the courts.
Okay,
Dr.
yes.
Lebeya, just so that we are clear, are you referring to the abuse of the secret funds when you say other witnesses have testified to the same issue?
I have noted that some of the witnesses, like Colonel Vulus, shall have investigated the activities in crime intelligence. So I touched on the Secret Service account. I also touched on the appointments of members in crime intelligence, the so-called 250 appointees.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And when you say you were excused, or I've forgotten the verb you used, you said you were excused by the courts. Did you mean you were reinstated?
Yes, yes, I was reinstated by the courts.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Then if we can go to page 31, paragraph 37. I think it starts on page 30.
Since joining the police, I was promoted and appointed in various ranks based on qualifications and experience. I was promoted and appointed to the rank of sergeant in 1988 and placed in the slow lane. Warrant officer 1990 and kept in the slow lane. Lieutenant in 1991 and kept in the slow lane. Captain 1993 and kept in the slow lane. Moved to the middle lane. Superintendent 1996, kept in the middle lane. Senior Superintendent 1997, kept in the middle lane. Director in 2000, moved to the first lane. Assistant Commissioner in 2000. Returned to the slow lane. Divisional Commissioner 2010. Lieutenant-General appointed as Divisional Commissioner in 2010. Moved to the middle lane. Lieutenant-General appointed as Deputy National Commissioner 2011, moved to the slow lane and cul-de-sac, and Lieutenant-General appointed as National Head, DPCI 2018.
You're going to have to explain all those lanes to us, please.
This is the imaginary lanes that are not spoken to, but you will see as the promotion progresses that yours is slow and your colleagues are going faster. As an example, when we were to be promoted to become sergeants in 1988, when you pass your examination in the first semester, like I passed my examination in June, I expect to be promoted from the 1st of July of that year. And those who pass their examination in December get promoted on the 1st of January. I pass my examination in July. I wait, I'm not being promoted. Those who come to write their examination in December get promoted before me, and then I get promoted after them. You are in the slow lane. When I pass my examination to become a warrant officer, I'm told, no, you haven't finished 2 years as a sergeant. You must first finish 2 years. So that period that you were put in the slow lane on is now counted that you haven't finished. But I have finished the qualification that are required. So I had to come and challenge this at later years, I think 1993, and as a grievance. They come and reverse all of those starting from sergeant, then you are put back in the correct lane. So those are the things that I'm talking about. Thank you, Commissioners.
What is the middle lane and the cul-de-sac?
The middle lane is when you are promoted normally. The promotions in the past, it was that if you finish 2 years as a sergeant, you can be promoted to become a warrant officer. So normally, when you finish 2 years and then there is nothing wrong, you have completed your qualification that are required, you are promoted. You finish 1 year as a warrant officer, you can be promoted to become a lieutenant and the like. So those are normal. The only reason that you will be excluded is if there is something wrong with maybe a departmental hearing against you and the like, then you will be put in a slow lane. You will not be promoted like others. So that is the middle lane. The cul-de-sac that I'm talking about is that you have reached the end. So there is no move forward.
So yours was the appointment as the national head of DPCI?
At the time of cul-de-sac was when I became the Deputy National Commissioner. And then we are supposed to be, if the National Development Plan was being implemented, we could be given an opportunity to compete fairly. But because that process is not implemented, you reach cul-de-sac, and that is where they even think of moving you from where you are as the Deputy National Commissioner to something down, which is demotion.
Thank you.
Are you saying that there is no competitive, for Deputy National Commissioners, there's no competitive process for them to be considered for National Commissioner? Is that what you're speaking to when you say cul-de-sac and in the way you describe it?
The Commissioner is correct to say that there is no competitive process. The National Development Plan of 2030 is supposed to have corrected that anomaly. And what we are even seeing today, the appointment of individual without competing with others, is because of the absence of that. And I think that we have made some recommendation as to how that particular situation should be corrected. So currently there is no proper competitive process. And I think that with the last appointment of the National Commissioner, they tried to do something where they shortlisted individual, but you did not open for people to apply. You have just identified individual and say that you are shortlisted. You don't know what informed that. So there is supposed to be a process where people can be able to compete properly. Thanks, Commissioners.
Dr. Lebeya, can I get a yes answer, not elaboration? I just need to be clear here. Are you saying once you are DNC, Deputy National Commissioner, when you are then appointed National Head, DPCI, that's not a sideways movement, that's a demotion? Or is a DNC at the same level as head of the Hawks? I just wanted to be clear.
DNC and national head are on the same level. That is not the movement that I have taken, Commissioners.
All right. So you're not suggesting that it was a demotion to move from DNC to head of the Hawks? Because they're on the same level, it was a sideways movement?
I'm not sure because the Commissioner is asking a yes and no, and it needed to be clarified, or how did it happen? Because I exited the organization. I did not move from DNC to National
okay,
Lead.
I get you. So you exited and then had to come back?
Yes,
And
this
then
one
you
is
were
a
given the
totally separate
Yeah.
appointment,
Yeah.
contract appointment. So I was on retirement.
I'm with you.
I remained retired, and then I had to be appointed on a contract basis, which is separate.
No, you've clarified, Unless Chair wants you to deal with the other movement, I'm sorted. Thanks.
Can I then just ask, Doctor, so when you are the Lieutenant General appointed as Deputy National Commissioner in 2011, and you say you moved to the slow lane, what was your expectation to be appointed as National Commissioner or?
So on that level, as the Deputy National Commissioner, you are Deputy National Commissioner, and then if an opportunity arises to move to the next level, is where you are supposed to compete with others.
Okay, and you say you deal with that later as to what should have happened in that period?
Yeah, I will touch on that.
Yes, okay. Then at paragraph 38, I don't want you to deal with the entire paragraph. You mention National Instruction 2 of 2001, which deals with issues relating to informers. If you can just tell us about that National Instruction, I don't want to really deal with 38 because it does become an important aspect of your evidence later.
Yes, without reading this paragraph, Commissioners, it's just an indication that in performing duties as a police official, from time to time, you get assistance from people who volunteer information. There has been different labels that are put on people who are volunteering the information. And then a National Instruction 2 of 2001 came into place to assist with the registration of informers and the remuneration thereof. Even before this instruction came in place, there has always been a practice of utilizing informants. I have been utilizing that effectively from the time that I was still working at Hillbrow. People from different areas phoning, providing information about the existence of firearms. You get that information, you task people, not telling them where you are getting information. They must just go and execute. That is how you deal with information coming from people who are prepared to tell you as a police so that you can solve crime. So that is in essence the importance of that national instruction.
Thank you. And then if I could ask you to go to paragraph 43, but if you wish to deal with 41, I would ask you, then you may do so, but I would want you to do 43.
When I left the DPCI, it was on a sound operational footing as on 2010 and 2011 financial year, which is the time that I left the DPCI. Its performance was unparalleled performance of 14,793 arrests and 7,037 convictions.
And then on page 37, paragraph 48.
On the 17th of August 2009, I was expressly assigned by the Deputy National Commissioner Dramat to investigate the allegations of murder of Opara Mukibe affecting crime intelligence based on the information note compiled by Assistant Commissioner Bushi Engelbrecht, one of the best investigators that the country produced. I complied. On the 24th of October 2010, the Saturday Star newspaper published a detailed article about irregularities at Crime Intelligence. The story included mismanagement of Crime Intelligence Division, appointment of criminals, and nepotism by appointing official in covert component. On 26 October 2010, while I was the Divisional Commissioner at the Hawks, General Keller assigned me to investigate these irregular appointments at Crime Intelligence. I established that the family members of personnel in Crime Intelligence were irregularly appointed in covert environment. My post of Divisional Commissioner was abolished on the 31st of January 2011.
Are you saying it was as a result of this investigation, or was it just coincidence?
It was not said what is the reason for closing the position that I'm holding in the Hawks, but when it got phased out, I have to speculate on what is the reason. It's the investigation that I'm conducting. So it was not stated.
Thank you. Paragraph 49.
I was appointed as Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection on 1st February 2011, and I continued with departmental cases of crime intelligence. On the 3rd of March 2011, Crime Intelligence Division was restructured, and the Divisional Commissioner was to account directly to the National Commissioner on covert component, while he accounts to the DNC crime detection on other components. Copy of appointment as Deputy National Commissioner is attached as Annexure SGL 13.
Thank you. Then at paragraph 52.
Over and above these two portfolios, on 29 July 2011.
Sorry, General, 52.
52.
Yes.
On 24 October 2011, when the former President Jacob Zuma suspended General Keller and announce the appointment of Major General Sibusiso Ntahla Mkhwanazi as the acting National Commissioner until further notice as the person that he trusted. I was one of the 30 lieutenant generals that formed what is called top management of the SAPS. After a public outcry, Major General Mkhwanazi who had a few months in the rank of Major General, was on 26 October 2011 promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General in terms of what was recorded as Section 207, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. The letter of appointment dated 27 of October 2011 is attached as Annexure SGL 15. It is on this day that Brigadier Sharon Gayler sent an email to Lieutenant Generals Pahlani, Nchwe and me, directing as follows: Good day, Lieutenant General. By direction of the acting National Commissioner, Major General Mkhwanazi, you are kindly requested to attend the funerals as guardians of the Eastern Cape. Major General Mkhwanazi will not attend. Thank you very much. Respectfully, Brigadier Gayler, Executive Assistant to the National Commissioner, General B.H. Keller, South African Police Service. Copy of this email is attached as Annexure SGL 16.
I just wanted to ask you, why are you referring to this email? I don't understand its relevance.
I wanted to demonstrate the interference of politics in policing, that it comes way back from 2009 in terms of my view. Others may push it back. I have had others putting it since the Bologwani period. But from the work that I have been doing, I have seen it from 2009, that there is a serious interference by politics in policing matters.
Sorry, you'll forgive me, but how does you getting an instruction to attend a funeral, what does that have to do with interference?
Under normal circumstances, a junior, a subordinate will not give an instruction to a senior officer. It is only when there is interference that there is that confusion.
And who's the junior, the brigadier?
No, the instruction comes from a major general instructing lieutenant generals.
But isn't he at that point, isn't he in an acting role?
Yeah, that is the incorrect processes that is being done. You don't appoint a junior to instruct seniors.
Okay, that's the point you want to make regarding that. Then if we can go to 55 on page 41.
Still on 27 October 2011, 5 officials from crime intelligence hatched a conspiracy theory against General Tele, Lieutenant General Mzwandile Petros, Lieutenant General Arnold Dramat, and me. On 3 November 2011, the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence wrote a letter to the President, the Minister of Police, and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to lodge a complaint of conspiracy.
Sorry, can I just ask, who was the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence then?
The Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence was Lieutenant General Mluli.
Thank you.
On 12th of May 2012, a task team was set by the minister to consider the complaint. While this cloud was hanging over our heads, General Pierre was appointed as the National Commissioner on 12 June 2012. On the 5th of July 2012, Minister announced that the allegations of conspiracy were unfounded. when I asked a copy of report in the letter dated 23 of November 2012, the minister refused via a letter dated 6 December of 2012 on the ground that it is for cabinet.
Thank you. 56.
The acting national commissioner who directed that grabbers be moved away from the DPCI to crime intelligence amended the list of senior managers who could recommend the interception and monitoring. The amended list required the acting national commissioner and the acting divisional commissioner to be the only ones who could recommend the application of interception and monitoring to the designated judge as appointed in terms of regulation of interception of communication related information Act 70 of 2002. That was a serious anomaly and it created more risks than solutions. I had to come and finalize the assets record during my era as national head, as the equipment were still in the name of the DPCI.
And when you say in that paragraph, the acting national commissioner who directed that grabbers be moved away from the DPCI to crime intelligence, who was that acting national commissioner?
The acting national commissioner at the time was Lieutenant-General Godfrey.
Thank you. Paragraph 57.
While the investigation of crime intelligence was continuing, information of threat was brought to our attention. Based on that information, a threat assessment was commissioned by then acting Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant-General Masemula, as per letter dated 14 of February 2012. Based on this, I received one-day protection. Copy of the letter is attached here to as annexure SGL 19.
And then paragraph 58.
On 24 February 2012, during the Deputy National Commissioner and the National Commissioner morning sessions, Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi informed us that he had met the state president who told him as follows: I keep on hearing this name Lebeya, 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 Lebeya. Who is this Lebeya? He told us that he explained to the president that Lebeya was a general who was just trying to do his job. Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi submitted his statement to the State Capture Commission in this regard. He directed me to write a letter to the state president to explain why I investigated the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant-General Richard Mdluli. On the 3rd of February 2012, I submitted the letter to the acting national commissioner, which was addressed to the state president, the minister of police, and the acting national commissioner, as communication of that nature had to follow those channels. Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi advised that I should address the letter only to him, and he would in turn communicate with the president. I then changed the addressees to him alone, which reduced the volume of the letter to 10 pages. The letter had annexures that made 86 pages and was classified. The report answered the allegations that I was colluding with Dr. Matthews Posa, Lieutenant General Lala, Lieutenant General Praise, and Major General Freyer. I concluded the letter by stating that, I quote, I am hoping that this information will assist in balancing the level of the scale of trust painted by those who may have presented a picture about me without me, I close quote.
Thank you. Paragraph 59.
On 28 of March 2012, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi informed the Deputy National Commissioners that the Minister of Police have directed him to appoint another Major General as Divisional Commissioner without advertising the post. He complied with the directive and circulated the appointment on 30 March 2012, with the appointment becoming effective on the 1st of April 2012.
Can you just clarify who was the Minister of Police?
The Minister of Police was Minister Mtetwa.
And who was the Major General to be appointed as Divisional Commissioner?
The Major General was B.S. Ngubane.
Thank you.
The appointee was to report directly to the acting National Commissioner, which is not structurally correct, as the post fell under the Deputy National Commissioner for Physical Resource Management. Indeed, the predecessor to the appointee reported to the latter. A letter of appointment is attached as Annex SGL 20. This shows that political interference has been taking place since 2009. On the same day, Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi restructured the Division Crime Intelligence away from crime detection to report directly to the National Commissioner, leaving the Detective Service and Forensic Services as the only division resorting under Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. Letter of restructuring is attached here to as per Annex SGL 21. He further appointed Lieutenant General Fanima Semula, who he had earlier appointed as the acting Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, as Deputy National Commissioner Policing with effect from the 1st of April 2012. He provided me with a letter of appreciation for acting in such a position from the 10th of April 2011 to the 31st of March 2012, which is attached as per Annex SGL 22. He also provided me with a letter indicating that I should sign an agreement to be responsible for the two divisions, Detective Service and Forensic Services. A copy of the letter is attached here to Annex SGL 23.
And then paragraph 62.
After the appointment of General Pierre, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi did not have a post, as he never had. He was reflected on an island in the structure, and later a post was created for him called Facility Management and Operations. It is from that moment that the rank was regularized.
By the rank, you mean Lieutenant General?
Yes, the rank of Lieutenant General, because in terms of the regulations, at the time when it was announced, we didn't have a rank of Lieutenant General in that fashion in terms of the regulation. The rank of Lieutenant General existed in 1990, 1992, and 1993 amendments of the regulations. In 1995, it fell off, so we never had Lieutenant General that is not married, that is not attached to specific post. That is, you have to be having Lieutenant General. That's why there is always something in bracket. It can't be Lieutenant General without anything in bracket. That is how the regulations are written.
Okay, paragraph 63.
During 2012, I was tasked by General Pierre in the presence of the Minister of Police to deal with the cases of political killings in Mpumalanga.
Sorry, Doctor, when you say Minister of Police, if you could just say who it was at the time so that we can keep track.
During 2012, I was tasked by General Pierre in the presence of the Minister of Police, Honorable Mtetwa, to deal with the cases of political killings in Mpumalanga. When I asked for copies of these cases from the provincial head of the DPCI in Mpumalanga, he advised me that the divisional commissioner had already asked copies. When I checked with the divisional commissioner of detective service, he told me that he has been tasked by the national commissioner. It was a divisional commissioner who reports to me, who was tasked by the national commissioner, signaling that she was, in my view, politically instructed not to task me on matters resulting under my responsibility.
And who was the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service that you're referring to there?
The divisional commissioner was Lieutenant-General Mono.
Thank you. '64, sorry.
Restructuring, which has been used by every national commissioner, including the 18 national commissioners, has been used to either constructively enhance the organization, destructively weaken the organization, negatively weaponize it against adversaries, and nepotistically created posts to accommodate loyalists. On 12 August 2012, General Pierre indicated that she wants to restructure the police and reduce the number of deputy national commissioners. The first restructuring came on the 30th of August 2013. I was offered a post of head SAPS Research Institute. I was to move from a post of deputy national commissioner to a post of head SAPS Research Institute, which meant that I would have been demoted as defined in section 186, subsection 2, paragraph A of the Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995. Demotion must be preceded by a board of inquiry as provided for in section 34 of the South African Police Service Act of 1995, read in conjunction with Regulation 64 of the South African Police Service Regulations of 1964 and Standing Order General 121 1D. That is the treatment that I endured in the police for fighting corruption.
Paragraph 66.
I was dismissed by General Pierre on the 31st of May 2014 without following a legal process, indicating that I refused to accept the post. However, she placed me on pensions roll because the system did not recognize the novel dismissal, which she called self-redundancy. After full 2 years of this unlawful treatment, the court reinstated me on the 16th of May 2016 and discharged me on a no-fault discharge on the 31st of May 2016, which is a form of retirement. During the last month's discussion with the police, I've offered to take the post of Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, which was now re-established through restructuring. I was told that the acting National Commissioner said that he had already placed senior managers in post. When I said, but there is no one appointed in the post, they just said, no, it would appear that it is from above. The SAPS expressly apologized for all the treatment I received, which I accepted. I attached copies of certificates of service dated 9 December 2014, 1st July 2016, and 2 August 2016, as well as a letter of apology as per Annexures GL 24.
Then at paragraph 67, you refer to several attempts that were made to get rid of you by colleagues and individuals of highly questionable character. But can I ask you to deal with subparagraph 67.3, 4, and 5?
Maybe before you do that, Dr. Lebeya, in paragraph 66, who is the acting national commissioner at this point?
The acting national commissioner was Lieutenant-General Godfrey. Paragraph 67.3. Major General retired advocate Ngitsini Prince Mugodedi reported me as protected disclosure to the authorities, including the presidency, the ministry, and parliament, to the effect that I'm occupying the post unlawfully, contrary to the provisions of Chapter 6, capital letter A of the South African Police Service Act, as corrected by the Constitutional Court.
And which position is this that you're referring to, that I was occupying the post unlawfully?
This is the position of national head of the DPCI.
And when did he report this?
I think that it is just before his disciplinary processes was finalized. I think it's 2021, around 2021. I do not have the specific date.
Okay. And 67.4?
Another former police official, advocate, now no longer advocate, Malesela Daniel Defu, reported me to the authorities, including the presidency, ministry, and the parliament, to the effect that I am occupying the post unlawfully, contrary to the provisions of Chapter 6, capital letter A of the South African Police Service Act, as corrected by the Constitution.
And 67.5?
Paul Robert O'Sullivan, a private investigator, made similar allegations and lodged a case at court contrary to the provisions of Chapter 6A of the South African Police Service Act, as corrected by the Constitutional Court. He only withdrew the case when our response shows that provisions of the law that he relies on was deleted by the Constitutional Court. Our relationship has always been cordial until I refused to provide him with the status of a case that the directorate were dealing with.
And when was this? What year are we talking about?
I think that it is 2023, 2024.
And do you recall what case he was asking about, the status of the case?
Yes, I do recall the case he was talking about.
Is it a case that you can mention here or no?
It is, without detailing it, it is commonly known as the Pala matter.
Okay, he was asking you for a status update on the Pala matter.
Yes, when he phoned me, he said that he's sitting here with his friend who's a doctor, and then I just need progress of this status of the case.
And did he say in what capacity he was asking for the status?
He did not say, but I just felt somebody else is asking me to provide him with the status of the matter that is handled by the Hawks. And he tells me that he's sitting with his friend doctor. They have got nothing to do with that. I can't report to any other person about progress of matters in the DPCI. So I did not ask him your status because I know he's not a lawyer, and I couldn't understand why he will ask me to provide him with the status of the case.
Did he mention the friend who's a doctor that he was sitting with by name?
He did mention the friend that he was sitting with, commissioners.
And he said, the name is what?
He said that he's sitting with Dr. Benjani Chauke, his friend.
Thank you.
You say in the same paragraph, Dr. Lebeya, that your relationship has always been cordial until you refused to provide. What was the nature of your relationship up to that point?
Mr. O'Sullivan, the first time I knew about him was, I think, 2001, when he was the complainant on the cases against National Commissioner Lebeya. So I was in charge of the detective service in Gauteng. So this matter resorted under the detective service in Gauteng. So I had to appoint people to conduct the investigation. So I even had to visit his office so that he go and show me where he says that he made a U-turn when the people wearing balaclavas were shooting at him. So it is those kind of cases that I knew him. And later on, I think that it is somebody else who has been providing information. And then he also came to my office at some stage. So it is somebody else who report matters. He does report matters. In some of the matters, he's the complainant, where we have even effected arrest when we didn't have a complainant. So he is that type of person. And then information from time to time, he will email to different people. So that is how I know him.
Thank you. Chair, may we take the TH amendment?
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:30.
1, 2. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Sigel.
Thank you, Chair. General, when we adjourned, we had dealt with paragraph 67, several attempts that were made to get rid of you in SAPS by colleagues and individuals of highly questionable character. We had just completed Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. The next one is at page 50, 67.6.
A self-proclaimed whistleblower, Gladness Patricia Mashale, initially complained about me on the 17th of November 2010, where she wrote a letter to the state president, Zuma, because of the outcome of the investigation that she did not like. After September 2021, she complained in the social media that I had been appointed unlawfully and that I was occupying the post lawfully contrary to the provision of Chapter 6, capital letter A of the South African Police Service Act, as corrected by the Constitutional Court. I believe that she was upset by the fact that she had not been appointed in the two captains' posts in the Hawks Free State.
The investigation that you referred to, she was, because of the outcome of the investigation that she did not like. What was that investigation?
There were complaints that were lodged against the Free State top management, including the provincial commissioner. I was tasked to investigate those matters by the National Commissioner. So after conclusion of the investigation, I submitted my report to the National Commissioner at the time, who was General Kele. It is based on those investigations that she needed a particular outcome, but my recommendation was somehow different to what was expected. So in my recommendation, I said that because of the way in which the province is divided, because of this layer at the top, it is better to transfer the following top management out of the province, which I think that is what they have done. They place others in Gauteng, Limpopo, and Northwest Province. So that is the outcome that she didn't like.
And then you keep saying Chapter 6A of the South African Police Service Act as corrected by the Constitutional Court. What are you referring to as corrected by the Constitutional Court?
There were certain provisions in the Act that were requiring individuals to be retiring at a particular age and the like, things like the minister producing some policy affecting the Hawks and the like. So when the things were challenged, it went to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court deleted certain provisions in the Act, and I suspect these individuals did not delete their own copies. So they kept on reading what the Constitutional Court has deleted, because the Constitutional Court has said, with effect from this date, these provisions are deleted. So this is what they are reading. They challenge me that I'm over age. I'm supposed to have retired they read what is deleted there in the Act. So that is what I say, that it is corrected by the Constitutional Court.
Okay, thank you. And then at 67.7,
Senior managers from crime intelligence brought a list of recommended candidates for promotion when I was acting as the National Commissioner. In that list was my spouse, who was an administrative clerk, was included for promotion to the rank of warrant officer. I recused myself and referred the matter to Lieutenant-General Stander. The process died down. I considered that to be an enticement as I investigated the irregular appointments in crime intelligence. Colonel Rudolph stated in an affidavit to the State Capture Commission that Colonel Naidu informed him about this plan. Those who were in crime intelligence that time might shed light, as the divisional commissioner was no longer in office when that happened.
okay, then at paragraph 68, you say that the lesson to be learned from this is that there are individuals that can be used by faceless people with ulterior motives. Now, who are the faceless people in paragraph 67, subparagraph 67, that you are referring to, and who are the individuals that are using these for ulterior motives?
From time to time, you will find that there are complaints that are anonymous, that are being sent to various offices, such as the state president, the minister, parliament, who are not naming themselves. And some of those individuals, obviously, I have mentioned their names, who are informed by others. It means some other people are pushing on them. So I cite example of people that are being used. So only investigation will unearth that one.
But insofar as people are being used regarding you, you say it's those people that's listed in paragraph 67? Is that what you're saying?
Including those who are listed in paragraph 67. Those that are anonymous, they write these things and say that it's anonymous. They write to the state president and say anonymous.
Since 27 April 1994, this may not be considered that important, but I think it is important. We talk about the president, not state president.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Then, General, if we can go to the next topic on page 52. It's your appointment as the national head of DPCI, but we've already covered that when you dealt with your background. So I propose that we skip that topic and go to the next topic, which is the existence of organized criminal groups in the criminal justice system, page 54. And if you could start with paragraph 73.
The first stage of fighting organized crime after the promulgation of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act 121 of 1998, which is commonly known as the POCA, was the establishment of organized crime units and the selected organized crime section SOCs as per National Instruction 5 of 1999. A copy of the National Instruction is attached as per Annexure SGL 26. The identification of organized criminal groups follows a scientific method called crime threat analysis or organized crime threat analysis, the CTA/OCTA process. The guidelines were documented by Superintendent Ronel van Wyk and Andre Crosse in February 1999 and updated in February 2000. These guidelines cover all of the issues relating to organized crime. On the 21st of February 2000, as the head of specialized investigations in Gauteng province, I established and chaired organized crime combating team. Copies of correspondence relating to this organized crime approach are attached as per Annex SGL 27. On the 10th of April 2000, when Gauteng was presenting 113 organized crime projects at National Head Office, I was responsible for the task before National Commissioner Lebeya.
Then you refer to for Gauteng that you drafted the guidelines on organized crime approach in July 2000. Was that guidelines, was it ever implemented in Gauteng?
Yes, when I drafted the guideline, because I was the head in that organized crime process, I implemented, we operationalized that.
Then if I could ask you to go to page 55, the sentence after Annexure SLG 28, if you can continue from there, please.
The description of informer is incorporated in the document. I have also written a document in 2004 titled Guidelines on Organized Crime Project Investigation, which was necessitated by the suspension of CTA OCTA process by National Crime Combating Forum Instruction 29 of 2002, which was done on the 5th of July 2002. That was intended to be for a year, but was never reviewed. The instruction is attached as per Annex SGL 29. The difficulties identified in dealing with organized crime were attended to, which resulted in the establishment of organized crime units in the National Prosecuting Authority to prosecute cases emanating from organized crime units of the SAPS. Copies of the correspondence of 2004 and 2006 are attached as per Annex SGL 30. The current project committee and organized crime secretariat must be effectively implemented by crime intelligence by way of analysis and identification of syndicates.
Then 74.
The identification of syndicates is dependent on the effectiveness of crime intelligence. The focus of crime intelligence seems to leave much more to be desired. While there were 481 organized criminal groups with 2,178 primary suspects identified in 1995, in the first quarter of 1999, the figure was 793 organized criminal groups with 11,658 individuals. The figure had dwindled to 72 organized crime projects, 29 which are handled by the DPCI and 43 by the Detective Service. That is organized criminal groupings, 72 organized criminal groupings. As on the 27th of May 2025, I doubt that the project under investigation is amongst these 72 projects.
On all these figures, you're talking about those that were identified, which means there could have been more than those identified.
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct. If we were able to identify that number in 1995, we can't say that organized criminal groups are no longer in existence. Now that we only have got 72, it means there is a failure elsewhere.
All right, thank you.
And when you refer to, I doubt that the project under investigation is amongst these 72 projects, which project are you referring to?
I'm referring to the project that the political killing task team and organized crime in Gauteng were handling of the killing of person in the file rent,
Mr. Swart?
Mr. Swart of QTech.
Okay, that's the project that you're referring to. The killing of Mr. Swart.
That's correct,
Okay.
Commissioners.
Then if we can go to 76, paragraph 76.
When I left the DPCI, there were still high-profile cases that were under investigation. This included cases against ministers, directors generals, lieutenant generals, a judge, police officers, soldiers, political leaders, organized criminal groups. There is absolutely no level that we have not reached. I understood that the DPCI is a leading entity in the Republic in fighting serious organized crime, serious corruption, and serious commercial crime. I do not believe that the insinuation by Captain Maxwell Wanda to the effect that he is from the topest, which relates to the political task team, is correct.
Okay, then if we can go to the next topic, which is at page 59, imposters of members of the DPCI. Paragraph 81.
Criminals often masquerade as
You want to
officials.
read the heading? Please read the
I said
heading also.
imposters of members of the DPCI.
Criminals often masquerade as officials to deceive unsuspecting potential victims. In criminal justice system, they will pretend to be either police officials, members of special investigation unit, traffic officials, or national prosecuting authority officials. When allegations are made against any person, these individuals will approach that person of interest and pretend to be from law enforcement agencies that can assist in making the case go away. Some victims have fearfully paid.
82.
As in December 2024, the DPCI was aware of more than 30 unresolved cases where people were pretending to be from the Hawks when they were not. We had in the past arrested persons who pretended to be from the Hawks, some wearing Hawks t-shirts. Some suspects called themselves Major General Kana, Major General Mudli, Major General Masuluke, Brigadier Chabalala, Brigadier Sneyman, and Brigadier Munama. Some were inmates operating inside correctional services facilities. The following are 20 examples that appeared in the print media.
You then deal with those examples, and the examples that you want to highlight can be found on page 64. We can start with paragraph 84.
It is worth mentioning that several persons were using my photographs to defraud members of the public. One such person, Tabo Enoch Teledzani, who was using cell phone number 060173.
You don't have to read it, it's fine.
Was arrested under a case that was registered in November 2024 under Harsfontein case 13 of 11/2024. There were complaints received from Limpopo, Northwest, Western Cape, Gauteng, and Free State about people pretending to be me. A reasonable national head who is aware of the existence of imposters will not sit back and do nothing when information suggests that some people are pretending to be from the DPCI, and more so, misrepresenting themselves as having been sent by the same national head.
And then 84, you don't need to read the cell phone numbers into the record.
Over and above this number, some of the individuals who pretended to be me reflected their cell phone contact numbers, which I have listed with my picture, that have been downloaded from internet. On one incident, the imposter created and labeled a warrant of arrest against the deputy president of the country, Sipokosa Paulus Mashadile, on the 11th of November 2024. This document bears my real signature from the mandate of the DPCI document, which had been altered by way of a computer and new information inserted, a lesson that not all documents that look real are real. The photograph below depicts the nature of the fake warrant of arrest.
And then at paragraph 86, you refer to photographs with your picture with false numbers, and you give us an example of that on page 66. And then if we can go to paragraph 88.
I learned on 7th November 2025 during the testimony by Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department EMPD Chief Jabulani Isaac Mabieye that EMPD were caught pretending to be members of the Hawks under case number 797 of 3/2023. His colleague, a former member of the EMPD Commissioner Revos Peace, also highlighted the challenge of impersonators, including Blue Light Gang.
Then the next topic, invitation to witnesses A and B for a response to the said scenario. I'm not going to deal with this. Effectively, what you've done is you've set out what you refer to as a 10-mark crisis management question, which you invite them to respond to regarding the events of 6 December 2024 and the opinions that they formed that the Hawks were in fact trying to interfere with the takedown operation at Mr. Molefe's residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we can then go to the next topic, you can deal with this later insofar as when you answer your questions about some of the criteria or the requirements or factors that you took into consideration when you made your decision. But I don't think it's something that we need to deal with in this as part of your evidence, where you invite witness A and B to respond to an examination question by you. Is that fair?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Can we then go to page 69, which is duration of relationship with Mr. Malcolm X? And you can start at paragraph 91.
The ability to solve crime is based on the support one receives from various role players. Part of these role players are members of the public who are not prepared to be spectators, but to act. I have been able to solve many cases using this methodology. When National Instruction 2 of 2001, that deals with certain types of people who are not spectators in fighting crime, came into operation, I was familiar with the system. It is the same methodology that is used by witness A and B. These witnesses have indicated that they have acquired information from a person whose detail is saved in their phone and obtained information from an inmate. At times, this methodology could go to the extent of applying the provision of Section 205 and 252A of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. You always open your eyes and apply this method with caution. It is for that reason that the cautionary rule will apply in dealing with their evidence.
At 92, you speak about your first meeting with Mr. Malcolm X.
On 18th of April 2023, Malcolm X came to my office for a reason that belonged in camera. It was my first time to meet him on his request. In the process, he also asked to take a photo, which I agreed, as most people like to take a picture with me. As I was not an undercover police official, allowing a member of the public to take pictures with me is not prohibited. There is nothing wrong with that. While several people have been taking pictures with me, I only know of one who used the picture to claim that I gave him authority to investigate cases on behalf of the Hawks. He only stopped when we enlisted the services of a senior counsel who drafted a letter that our attorney served on him to cease and desist.
Just for clarity, the person that you say, I only know of one who used the picture to claim that I gave him authority to investigate cases. Is it also Malcolm X, or are you referring to a different person?
It is a different person who also came to the office and did the same of taking a photo, and thereafter pretended to other individuals that I have tasked him to investigate cases on behalf of the Hawks.
Thank you. 93.
The fact that an individual is known by a police official does not protect that person from any law enforcement agency in case such person violates the law. We have in the past arrested individuals who had provided us potential information, and when caught en route to committing a crime, they would insinuate that the police knew about the operation. We are always alive to the possibility of double briefing, debriefing. A user of this methodology must always be on the alert.
Page 71, paragraph 94.
On the 23rd of October 2023, Malcolm X was arrested by the serious corruption investigation of Head Office DPCI, together with Warrant Officer Desmond Campbell, Gegana 52 of Crime Intelligence, Warrant Officer James...
Don't have to read their ages, it's fine.
Warrant Officer James Sekaulelo of K9 Doc Unit, and Sergeant Raymond Mpua Mogaile of K9 Doc Unit. The component that effected arrest is based at head office of the DPCI, and I was the national head of the DPCI at the time. In whatever capacity he may have known me, it does not prevent members from doing their work, as we have all taken an oath of office in terms of Section 17E, subsection 10 of the South African Police Service Act.
95.
On 6th of December 2024, Malcolm X, who is a member of the public, phoned me to alert me that there are people who claims to be from the Hawks and to have been sent by me to an address in Sandton. I knew that I had not sent any member there. I took it that in case there were people who claimed to have been sent by me, they would be imposters. Knowing the scenario painted about impersonators, I had to ensure that action is taken to verify the information, and in case of impersonators, effect an arrest. In case of legitimate members, confirm as such and allow them to continue. A reasonable senior manager in my shoes would have reacted the same way. Indeed, the team verified that the people were police officials, but not Hawks, and they allowed the team to proceed without disturbances, as confirmed by Lieutenant-General Mkwanazi.
When you say as confirmed by General Mkwanazi, you're referring to what he said in the 6th July press briefing?
That is correct. That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. But we will get to the evidence that was presented about alleged interference or disturbances by the people that were on the scene on the day, because General Mkwanazi wasn't on the scene.
Correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then, in fairness to you, General, the next paragraph is quite a lengthy one, and it refers to an article that was published by Bernadette Wicks in the News 24 regarding the takedown operation at Mr. Molefe's offices. I just wanted to understand from you, what is it that you want to extract from that article? It seems that you want to highlight something from there.
Thank you, Commissioners. All what I needed to highlight in this paragraph is to indicate that as on the 6th of March 2025, it was already known why the members of the Hawks were sent there. So at the time in July when the statement are made, I thought that this shall have clarified the position why members of the Hawks went to Sandton.
Because of the fear that they were impersonating the Hawks.
That's correct,
Okay,
Commissioners.
thank you. And then at paragraph 97 on page 73.
Malcolm X is not my friend. I also needed to be adding that he is also not my enemy.
Okay, thank you. Then media briefing, the next topic, media briefing of the 6th July 2025 and facts on allegations. At 98, you quote from, I think, the briefing, and this relates to the 6th December takedown operation. And I think this, what you want to highlight here, we won't read the whole thing, is that General Nkwanazi in that briefing and on page 74 said, fortunately when they arrived there, the members realized that it is indeed the police operations, so they allowed the members to carry out their operation without disturbance. That's what you wanted to highlight from that.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then at 99.
It is probable that Lieutenant-General Nkwanazi had known about the involvement of serious organized crime in November 2024 when he approved the request by Lieutenant-General Dumisani Khumalo to send the members from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng because of organized crime, which resulted in the killing of Mr. Swart of QTech. Having become so aware, it should have triggered the application of Section 16, subsection 4, paragraph B of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995, as indicated in paragraph 14 supra. In that, if that is the case, had he complied with this provision, I would have known about the operation and will not have sent members from the DPCR.
This is, of course, assuming that he wanted you to know about the operation.
Just repeat that, Commissioner.
This is assuming that General Khumalo wanted anyone, any other agency to know about the operation within SAPS.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner.
16, as I understand, your reliance on Section 16(4)B is on the basis that the person, so the entity, in this case PKTT or General Khumalo, would have wanted you to know about the operation.
The obligation is put on the provincial commissioner. So they shall have discussed with General Khumalo. Let's inform the national head if needed.
If needed, yes.
Yeah, and if I had known, I will not have sent members of the DPCR.
And when you say so it would have been General Khumalo, Dumisani Khumalo, and it would have been the PC of Gauteng. That's what you're saying?
If the PC of Gauteng had known, I would have expected the PC of Gauteng to inform me.
Yes.
If the PC of KwaZulu-Natal has known, I would have expected the PC of Gauteng to inform me.
You said if the PC of KwaZulu-Natal knew, you would have expected him to tell you as well about an operation in Gauteng.
Usually, normally it is the provincial commissioner who have got jurisdiction, but because this one is happening in a different province where the provincial commissioner is operating from, I still expect a provincial commissioner to inform me, but the law is not crafted in such a way that it say if the matter is happening in another province, because then in terms of project, when it crosses the borders, it becomes a different level 3, 4. Then that is when it must be elevated to the DPCR.
Sorry, go ahead. Does this not apply where DPCI's resources are required? So in other words, if they require DPCI's resources and expertise, then they inform you. Is that not how it works?
That is correct. When it is organized crime on level 3, they should inform the national head.
But my reading of it is they should inform you where they require your expertise and your resources. So if it was, for example, say it was an ordinary drug bust by SAPS, why would they have to inform you about it?
Yeah, no, if it is an ordinary drug, if it is an ordinary crime, they will not.
It's the same with an arrest. If it's an ordinary arrest for murder, why would they have to inform DPCI? Unless they require, as 16.2 says, your expertise and your resources, then they would have to notify you.
Yes, if it is, I agree. If it is not an organized crime matter, it is an ordinary crime, they don't have to inform me. So I'm trying to indicate that if it is an organized crime project, if it relates to organized crime activities, that is where one expects to be informed.
Yes, because I had understood one of the witnesses earlier to say Schedule 3 offenses fall within the mandate of DPCI. So if it's a Schedule 3, they can't, as SAPS, ignore you and just,
Yeah, I did not follow that witness. Level 3.
I understand that part, even if you did not follow, because you've just said so yourself. If it is organized crime activities, then naturally DPCI would be involved. And if they require your resources and expertise, they would inform you because they would need your assistance in that regard.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you.
General, I just wanted to check the facts of the operation. The killing of Mr. Swart is something that happens in Gauteng. When you say you would have expected General Mkwanazi to inform you, on what basis is that?
Commissioner, the killing of Mr. Swart, I'm not supposed to be informed about that. It doesn't result in the mandate of the DPCR. It only comes when we are classifying this as organized crime, not the murder, Commissioner.
The question still, because you, as I've understood your statement and your testimony, you say if things were done properly and there was proper coordination, you would have expected General Mkwanazi to alert you that there is this operation. And the question really is, why him? I understood from your statement, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that that expectation came from the fact that he authorized members of PKTT to come and assist the GCI ops. I understood that to be your basis, that he should have informed you. Am I correct in that understanding, or is there a different basis?
Yes, because then it is being classified as an organized crime, not only the murder of Mr. Swart. So if it is classified as an organized crime, I expected that at least one should be informed.
Commissioner Baloy's point is that then it would be the provincial commissioner in Gauteng who should inform you, not a provincial commissioner in KZN, because this is not a KZN case.
Yes, so I will accept that and say that whoever provincial commissioner is aware of that, the national head need to be informed. So I agree that it could be the provincial commissioner of Gauteng. I'm not sure if he was aware himself.
But why did you bring the KZN commissioner into the picture?
It is because of the sending of the members from KZN. I thought that it means that they are aware of particular organized crime projects that need to be handled in Gauteng. So it is the point where I can see the knowledge of organized crime.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Paragraph 100.
Lieutenant-General Godfrey seems to have relied on the opinion of witness A and witness B. I have noted that he has not repeated this allegation in his statement or oral testimony in both the commission or the ad hoc committee in Parliament. I take that he has effectively withdrawn the allegations of interruption. The allegations are now left with witness A and witness B. The duo are not qualified to express an opinion at all. Captain Maxwell Wanda may express an opinion on forensic field, but not on the purpose of sending the team to a possible scene of crime. He reportedly told the Captain Nokia from Johannesburg, a serious organized crime, that they were SAP's toppest, a self-proclaimed distinction.
And why do you say witnesses A and B are not qualified to say that the TPCI members went there to interfere with the operation?
Yeah, my view is that they are expressing an opinion. The facts, the knowledge of why the members of the Hawks are sent there are known by me. What they are expressing is their view, opinion, which I thought that they should not be expressing that opinion.
If you are saying that on the basis that in a court of law, for example, opinion evidence is not admissible except for opinions made or proffered by experts, that does not apply here.
Yeah, I'm aware that there are certain exceptions where they can express certain opinion on certain things, but in this regard, I felt that they should not express an opinion on this one. I am the one who is the custodian of the Information Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, General. 101.
Throughout my professional interactions, I have never experienced any difficulties or issues in my relationship with Lieutenant-General Godfrey. Our communication has always been straightforward and without conflict, allowing for effective collaboration and mutual understanding in all matters pertaining to our official duties. During the KwaZulu-Natal Hawks Annual Excellent Awards ceremony, I commended him for saying a spade when he refers to a spade.
And then at paragraph 102, you set out certain interactions you've had with General Nkwanazi starting in March 2024 and then going up to June 2025 to illustrate that you had a cordial, collegial relationship with him. Correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
We won't go through all of them. There is one that I do want to refer to. It is the one on the 26th of January 2025. If you could read that one, please. At paragraph 102.2.
On 26 January 2025, I sent a request as follows. Good morning, General. I hope that you are well. I would like to have a 5 to 10 minutes talk with you relating to some intervention that may be sought from yourself. Thank you, General. We met as we were all in Durban for Police Day activities, and I provided him with assistance sought from him in connection with the Newcastle case number 408 of 1/2025, where it was alleged that a captain enlisted the services of a hitman to kill a sergeant investigating a case which I also brought to the attention of Lieutenant-General Lebeya. I must add that I received the information about the challenge in this case from the Minister of Police on 21st of January 2025 and arranged to meet the team in KZN as they were not comfortable with meeting my DPCI team in KZN to hear the concerns.
And the Minister of Police we're referring to there is Minister Mkunu?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And you had met with him on the 21st of January 2025, or was it a telephone discussion?
It could be the telephone. I'm not very much sure about the physical meeting because the 20th and the 21st, there shall have been also a physical meeting, which I think that Advocate Andrea Johnson may have testified about. I think it's the 20th. Some I find that possibly on the SMS regarding the provision of the information.
And the minister had raised challenges regarding the investigation with you. What was his concern?
Members from KZN shall have approached him regarding assistance in the investigation that they were doing. They needed assistance. And those included taxi-related killings and the like, which I felt that this belonged in the detective service. General Lebeya could be in a better position to deal with that, while there was a view that the Hawks should deal with that. So I was just trying to deal with that so that it doesn't belong in the DPCI, but let me try to understand the concerns of the members. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Then the next interaction is at 102.6. If you can read that.
I sent him the number of Advocate Andrea Johnson of Investigative Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, as he requested and confirmed telephonically. He appreciated.
Do you recall when this was?
On the 2nd of June 2020. On the 2nd of June 2025.
The 2nd of June 2025 is where you say he responded to your message and said, "Good morning, General, I wish you well on the next chapter of your life." Was it the same day?
No, I think that I shall have to check my message on the specific date, but I think that is either the 1st or the 2nd.
And did General Mkonazi tell you why he wanted Advocate Johnson's number?
No, he did not tell me. I did not ask him. I just felt that this one is a colleague that I know of. There must be reason. Let me not go into asking the reason why he needed the number of the IDEC Hawk. We work closely with them, so I just provided the number. I did not ask why.
Thank you. 103.
I know Lieutenant-General Dumisani Samuel Khumalo of Crime Intelligence Head Office, and I also know Major General Mbuso Khumalo, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection Gauteng, under whose command the Gauteng detectives, including the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit Resort. I have never had any problem with either of the two none of the two has shared information about possible operation. That would have obviated the need to send the Hawks team. While accepting that the operation was secret, when the team updated Lieutenant-General Khumalo about the developments, a telephone call to advise me that his team was conducting an operation could have avoided unnecessary confusion.
And then at 104, you mentioned communication between you and General Khumalo, Dumisani Khumalo, in 2024 and 2025. And then if I could ask you if you could read from the sentence, 7 lines from the bottom that starts, vetting is an area where crime intelligence is receiving 15%. Do you see that sentence?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Yes.
Maybe before you do that, General, in that preceding paragraph where you talk about if the two Khumalos had called you, it would have obviated any confusion. Is there a practice or protocol where, whether it's the DPCI or the other units of the SAPS, when they do operations, is there a protocol or practice where you tell each other? Because that suggests, that paragraph left unexplained suggests that this was a deviation. This may well have been a deviation because of secrecy or whatever reason, other reasons, a deviation from either protocol or practice.
It is not every project or every operation that they have to inform the DPCI. They may not be, it may not be relevant for that other environment. It is only where one knows that this one is relevant. Under normal circumstance, if it was an investigation of murder, it wasn't necessary to inform the Hawks.
And that which is relevant to the other unit, that communication or coordination, if you like, is it by way of, is it because there is a protocol in place, whether written or agreed? And I ask the question, in fact, as you answer the question, keep this in mind. When Advocate Johnson was testifying and she spoke, I think might have been the first meeting between you and her, or in some context you met, she says, you said something like, stay in your lane. You said that to her, which means do not encroach on my work. I ask again with that, in that context, that is there anything in place that regulates how you cooperate with each other and therefore do not end up straddling onto each other's mandates and operations, in fact?
It's just a general practice that guide collaboration. You don't find in one document. You find all over. I attached some of the documents that I dealt with in 2000, where I was briefing all of the detectives in Gauteng. Among them, you'll find where we talk about collaboration, working relationship between detective and the crime intelligence and the like, all stakeholders. So it's just a practice where it is necessary to involve others that you may collaborate. Like Section 17, capital letter F, will bring in enforce the collaboration, but it's not every action, operation that require all the stakeholders. Otherwise, there will be a waste of time to deal with something that does not require the others. I think that regarding Advocate Johnson staying in the lane, maybe when it comes to dealing with the laws regarding the establishment of ID, IDEC, and those, maybe I can highlight what I was referring to, staying in the lanes.
Maybe let me ask a much more direct question. In this operation that we are talking about here in your paragraph 103, was this the first time or the first time where an operation which is relevant to your mandate, insofar as this is supposed to be an organized crime operation, which is relevant to your mandate, that the SAPS unit, other SAPS unit as happened here, GCI Ops, conducted without informing you that we have this operation, or is this something that happens with some regularity?
Just to clarify that, Commissioner, the operation itself was not necessarily what the Hawks were supposed to do. We found ourselves going there because there is this perception that people say that they are the Hawks members. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they should have arrived there and verified that no, they are not the Hawks members. They did not pretend to be members of the Hawks, and part ways. It could not have gone any further. The only thing is the accusation that why do you send the members? You are disrupting, you are interfering. That is why it would appear that it seems as if we were saying that that investigation that they were doing was a mandate of the Hawks. It wasn't.
When you say it wasn't the mandate of the Hawks, are you saying there was no need to inform you about it? Maybe let me use a different example. If you didn't get a call from, you say, Malcolm X, to say there are people pretending to be the Hawks, if you hadn't received that call, and these members of the SAPS who are at the property, they conducted their operation and completed it, would you or would you not have a complaint that, but that's an organized crime, that falls within the organized crime definition, we should have been informed as well that you are conducting that kind of operation? I'm trying to get to understand that.
It's correct. I shall not have complained that they are operating on the mandate of the Hawks, because there in the SAPS, they also have got the organized crime component, which was handling that. So if it is organized crime, it's supposed to be organized crime on level 1 and 2. It means it hasn't reached the stage where it needs the Hawks. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't want that investigation of that case. They can carry on. I still doubt as to whether when they charge everybody, they charge them in terms of the Organized Crime Act, which I think that is the normal crime that they are charging them on, which may be mislabeling of that incident.
Thank you. I am answered. Thank you.
Thank you. General, I just want to clarify that when Advocate Johnson was appointed as the IDAC head, there was already a duty arrangement of some sort, as testified by Colonel Rulofse and Captain McLean, that some members of the DPCI were stationed at IDAC. Is that correct?
Just repeat the question, Commissioner.
When Advocate Johnson was appointed as the DPCI, as the IDAC head, there was already a duty arrangement between DPCI and IDAC in place from May 2020, where some of your members were working with IDAC or stationed at IDAC to investigate state capture matters. Is that correct?
It is correct, Commissioners. We seconded the members to ID at the time when the head was still another advocate who was in charge of the ID at that stage, before Advocate Johnson was appointed. She was appointed later when the first advocate resigned. So those members were sent there before Advocate Johnson was appointed as a head of ID before it becomes IDEC.
Was it Advocate Cronier?
Advocate Krunjia, correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Back to paragraph 104 from the sentence I'd asked you, vetting, starting with vetting is an area.
Vetting is an area where crime intelligence is achieving 15% of Hawks vetting instead of 100% as required by Section 17E, Section 2 of the South African Police Service Act. This is an area where the system is dismally failing. Seeking the intervention of the Deputy National Commissioner on the 25th of April 2024 has not helped, as it is common cause that Lieutenant-Generals Lebeya and Khumalo are not in good terms.
When you say are not in good terms, do you mean at that time when the request was made in April 2024 or what you know now?
At that time when I requested the promise to intervene, but then I realized it's not working because the other one is not complying. And as commonly known, generally it was known the relationship is not healthy at all.
Okay. 105, here you just speak about your relationship with Major General Mbuso Khumalo.
I further checked my phone and realized that I have communicated with Major General Mbuso Khumalo on other matters on 3 dates. In 2 of these calls, I was passing over a complaint from members of the public who contacted me on matters under the provincial detective jurisdictions. This kind of sharing information is a regular occurrence where you receive information and pass it over. I have communicated information to the provincial commissioners and divisional commissioners when such information was brought to my attention, which does not fall under the mandate of the DPCI. That is what collaboration is all about.
Then 106.
I don't associate myself with criminality. I took an oath on 11 May 1984, and I have always respected that oath. I took another oath of office on the 1st of June 2018, and I have abided by that oath until the 31st of May 2025 under the oversight of 2 DPCI judges. I will never betray my oath even when I am out of the system. I love this country, which is the only one that I have. I have worked and applied and competed for each rank that I held in the police, except the DNC position. It is prudent to recall that Section 199, Subsection 6 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, instruct that no member of any security service may obey a manifestly illegal order. No commissioned officer should consciously believe that commissioned officers can take a manifestly unlawful instruction unless it is an admission that he or she takes manifestly unfair instructions.
Unlawful. You said
unlawful
unfair.
Instruction.
Yes. Thank you. Then the next topic is the activities that transpired on 6 December 2024. This relates specifically to your involvement and the allegations that have been made about DPCI interference in the takedown on 6 December. Can start at 107.
The 6th December 2024 was a normal day for me as the national head of the DPCI. Over and above the work that I normally execute, I also had to preside over the DPCI annual Excellent Award celebrations. I still had to do other work, and the telephone call started at 06:59 and ended at 22:29 with 49 calls. On the other side, messages on WhatsApp and SMS will continue. The emails also needed attention. It was a busy assignment.
Continue.
The program of the DPCI Annual Excellent Awards celebration at Diep in die Berg in the eastern side of Pretoria was starting at 15:30. I always arrive early at meetings, sessions, and we were busy with the guests at the holding room where briefing had to take place.
You may continue.
Before the formal Excellent Awards proceedings started, I received a call from Malcolm X, who indicated that there were people who were claiming to be members of the Hawks, who said that they had been sent by me to come and conduct raiding at his friend's place in Sandton. I checked with the provincial head of the DPC in Gauteng, Major General Kadwa, and the Divisional Commissioner of National Priority Offences Operations, Lieutenant-General Mboto, as to whether they were aware of members of the Hawks who are busy with an operation in Sandton. They answered in the negative. I asked the address from Malcolm X. Malcolm X forwarded address to me, and I in turn simultaneously forwarded the same to Lieutenant General Mboto and Major General Kadwa, in whose jurisdiction the area resort, to rush to the scene to verify and, if correct, to catch the persons pretending to be from the Hawks in the act. All police officials are bound to comply with and only with lawful instructions. The instruction was never to unlawfully interrupt the legal operation.
Then at 110, you can omit reading the cell phone numbers into the record. We'll just call the 083 number and the 065 number.
The calls received from Malcolm X were from two numbers, the 083 number and the 065 number. When he first called me, he used the cell phone that was saved on my phone, which is the 083 number, from 1543 up to 1623. At 1629, he used one that was not saved on my phone, which is a 065 number, which he identified by sending a message reading Malcolm X. He used this second line from 1629 to 1717. He reverted to his first one at 1748. For communication of this day, I also include communication with Lieutenant General Mboto and Major General Kadwa for completeness. These communications were as follows.
What I propose is that we deal with these messages when we deal with the cross-examination. It is on record. And I would also want to ask you, if you still have those messages, if you could give us screenshots of the actual WhatsApps as opposed to how it is here typed out in your, so that we will be able to flight it for the public and for the commissioners when we deal with this evidence, if you don't mind doing that.
I'll do that, Commissioners.
Thank you. I would like to just ask you to highlight certain aspects of the communication between you and Malcolm X, which has not previously been before us, because what we knew is that between General Kadwa, General Mboto, and yourself, you were sending them messages, but they weren't always able to establish where you got that information from, and it seems that the information came from Malcolm X in your communication with him. One of those refers to, if you look at the address, like you say, at 1551, so we're on page 81. The address came from Malcolm X to you, which you then forwarded to General Mboto and to General Kadwa, correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then at 1608, Malcolm X forwarded a registration of a vehicle to you, starting with MB.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And he sent a message thereafter at 1609, a message that the car registration that was at, that of the people who were at the scene, and he says their car registration general. So he was sending you the registration number of one of the vehicles being used by the police officers on the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I just ask whether you had requested this from him during your call, or whether it was information that he was volunteering, the registration numbers?
I think that I shall have asked to what types of cars were there. The way you were describing the cars, I needed to be knowing, or do they have registration number, they marked and the like. So he sent the registration number.
And also on page 82 at 1715, he sends you again a message with vehicle registration and the make and model of the vehicles. And it comes after there's a missed call by him, but just before that, it's not before that, at 1649 you received a call from him for 1 minute, and then there's a missed call at 1714 from him. But then he sends you those vehicle registration and the make and model of the vehicle. Do you recall why he would have sent that to you?
The allegation was that these are impersonators. We were not sure if they are police. These cars are not marked. Some of them do not have registration. So those that have got registration, he was sending those registrations.
No, the two at 1715, those were the vehicles, it says above two. So if you look at the message at 1717, he says the above two cars just arrived and confirmed they were sent by you, General. And that he refers to the BMW and the Golf GTI.
Yes, so it means where the Hawks officials who have arrived at the scene.
Did he want you to confirm that these are your guys, because he's saying they were sent by you?
I haven't asked him any further to provide the others that are coming, but I think the original message that I needed to know, the registration of those vehicles, he just continued to send whatever vehicles that are arriving.
Okay, and then at 1748, at the bottom of that page, page 82, he sends you a message saying, thank you for sending people who verified that these gentlemen are policemen, and King Nyambose really appreciates all your efforts, General. It is a duty that the policemen you sent were not allowed inside. It is a pity that the policemen you sent were not allowed inside the yard and the house. Who is he referring to as the king?
I don't know King Nyambose, but this seems to be a clan name for Muthetwa, but it appears that way. But he say King Nyambose. I don't know this King Nyambose.
Did you speak to Mr. Muthetwa that day?
Myself?
Yes.
I did not speak to Mr. Muthetwa. I spoke to Malcolm.
But do you know Mr. Muthetwa?
I don't know Mr. Muthetwa.
And if he says he knows you, that would not be true.
People may know me.
Not from TV, as in you are bras, you are friends.
No, I don't know Mr. Muthetwa.
And do you know why he would refer to him as King Nyambose to you, as though you should know who that is?
I don't know why he mentioned King Nyambose. To me, I don't know King Nyambose.
And then if we go to page 83, at 1840, General Kadwa forwards a message to you, you say, that reads incident report. I just want to understand, had you requested an incident report from either General Kadwa or General Mboto?
I did not request. It's a normal practice that when you have done particular assignment, executed a particular assignment, you should give feedback. so that one is comfortable that the assignment has been executed. So he forwarded this as it was forwarded to him.
Okay. Then you say at 21:32, Malcolm X calls me for 3 minutes. That's the second last entry. What were you discussing with him?
He was obviously still talking about the operation that took place, which he was appreciating the fact that we attended.
Oh, so that was the full extent of the 3-minute conversation?
That's correct. Obviously, I can't recall the nitty-gritties, but that was conversation relating to the operation.
Okay, then if, like I said, we'll deal with this timeline in detail when we get to cross-examination. But could I then ask you to do paragraph 111?
It is important to mention that at 1747, our communication office had already shared on our DPCI WhatsApp group a message sent with my picture of the DPCI Awards podium, reading the DPCI Excellence Award underway in Pretoria East, where National Head gave an encouraging address to all attending, including stakeholders of international law enforcement agencies, sponsors, and provincial management. At this time, I had already addressed the delegates on item number 5 of the formal proceedings, which was honoring retirees.
And then 112?
An insinuation that all of these layers of police leadership were to execute an unlawful instruction by commissioned officers is highly irresponsible. The statement by Lieutenant-General Mokwanazi indicating that fortunately, when they arrived there, the members realized that it is indeed police operation, so they allowed the members to carry out their operation without disturbances, has logically assured him that they were not dispatched to unlawfully interrupt. I have in the past assigned 11 officials from the DPCI to assist the political killing task team. One of them was a Brigadier Ngwenya who was based in Mpumalanga DPCI, oversaw investigation. I was the chairperson of the National Steering Committee of the PKTT. I applied for my first top secret security clearance certificate on 26th of January 1999, which I have indicated the time that it was issued, while I was a senior superintendent, and I've always received one after another, every 5 years, with the current one expiring on the 30th of June 2029. I attach a top secret security clearance certificate which is classified. No issue was ever raised about my credibility.
Then if we can go to page 87, a new topic, the establishment of the PKTT. And in our discussions before you started with your testimony this morning, you had indicated that much of what you say here has already been covered by witnesses who previously gave evidence, and all that you will do for purposes of this topic. So that would be the establishment of the PKTT, the formation of the NSC, continuing all the way up to, I think we had said, page 94, you would just summarize your involvement in the PKTT formation and not overlap with the evidence that had previously been given.
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, from 2018, I participated in the process of establishment and the continuation of political killing task team When I came in, appointed, it was already there, which they started in May, but then I came in and then I participated, which is why I also assigned members of the DPCI to go and assist. One member of the DPCI was in charge of the investigation leg of the team, all of them reporting to Dr. Ramadzwili, at the time who was from the detective service as Major General. So I continued, and then when in 2019, a need arose to establish the National Steering Committee, the National Commissioner suggested during the meeting of the ministers that I should coordinate that. So I took that responsibility and worked on that. And when COVID-19 set in, we also had to meet virtually and the like. So that is how I continued to support the political killing task team. And there was time when there were some difficulties that were raised regarding the continuation or the phasing out of the political task team. Ours was just to comment and the like, to send the recommendation further to the National Commissioner. So I think that is, in short, my involvement in the political killings task team.
Thank you, General. Could I ask you at paragraph 121, you mention that on 1 August 2020, I received a meeting, I requested a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner. Can you just tell us about, explain that to us, please? Or you can actually read it into the record, but I just want to ask you 1 or 2 questions about that.
On the 1st of August 2020, I requested a meeting with the Deputy National Commissioner, Policing, by then was Lieutenant-General Masemola, for handing over this function, as I felt that it was not in the mandate of the DPCI and could be handled by the greater service.
And what was that function?
The chairing of this National Steering Committee, I was assisting, but this thing is taking a lot of time, whereas it doesn't belong in the DPCI. We are supporting that, but I felt that the greater service can deal with that.
And why was the request made to the Deputy National Commissioner Policing at the time, which now we know is the National Commissioner, but at that time he wasn't the National Commissioner?
When this political killing task team started, they started under the Divisional Commissioner of Operational Services, which was Lieutenant-General Mokwanazi before moving to KwaZulu-Natal. These were always held in that space. So General Masemola was in that environment. As Deputy National Commissioner, Operational Response is in that space. So that is the first call that I was making. It will also be seen that at a later stage, I also approached the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, that in their environment, they should be taking this responsibility and handling it.
Thank you. And then paragraph 124 on page 91.
124. On the 13th of April 2021, I wrote to the National Commissioner General Sitole to discuss the view held on the political killings task team. In paragraph 4 of my note, I indicated as follows. The teams which are located in KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo are now well established and fully operational, and it has become very clear that the work and the investigation will continue for an extended time. Major General J.K. Mudubazi, who was the head of the executive support in the Office of the National Commissioner, indicated on the 15th of April 2021 that the meeting to be placed on the diary of the National Commissioner.
Okay, and then 125?
On the 18th of June 2021, Major General Dumisan Samuel Kumalo submitted an information note detailing the required cost of the PKTT. The Deputy National Commissioner for Policing, Lieutenant General Masemola, recommended that overtime can be down-managed. The late Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Slindile Christopher Mfazi, commented on the 28th of June 2021 as follows. This matter needs to be clarified as to where does this investigation is being managed by the division detectives or the DPCI. I recommended the noting of performance report for period July 2018 to June 2021. The report also reflected the budget for the PKTT for the period of 1st July 2018 to 30 June 2022 as 217,413,745 rands, with actual expenditure as 209,043,558 rands, excluding salaries and allowances.
And then 126.
From July 2021, a similar but more demanding task came my way as I had to put task teams to deal with the July unrest in affected provinces. A virtual meeting that was being attended by the DPCI and the NPA was held daily for a year, which I had to chair.
You don't have to continue there. I just wanted to find out, was this the same task team that Brigadier Nyuswa was on for the July unrest?
I have been working with the provincial heads. I'm not sure if lower down Nyuswa was also part. He shall be part because it is the organized crime. So I will be dealing with General Sinona, and General Sinona will deal with Nyuswa and the other members of the team. But it was July unrest, the affected provinces.
And then at paragraph 127, you deal with an issue about the continuation or termination of the PKTT. And you say that General Kumalo wrote to you and the DNC policing, who at the time was General Masemola, on the 16th of February 2022. And then you speak about a virtual meeting on 1 March 2022. If you could continue from there, and then I want to find out from you, why was there this discussion about the continuation of the PKTT in February 2022?
So I should start from...
on 1 March 2022.
On 1 March 2022, a related virtual meeting was held. The attendees were Lieutenant General Masemola, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, Deputy National Director of Public Prosecution, the late Advocate De Kock, Advocate Governor, Advocate Johnson, Advocate Mashamaide, Major General Dumisan Kumalo, Major General Samuel Manala from Limpopo, Major General Jan Skiepers, and myself. Apology from Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Elizabeth Nchinga was noted. The agenda included item 2.2 for consideration of handing over of the coordination to the DNC Crime Detection.
And the DNC Crime Detection, there was the person that had apologized for not attending. Or who was it then?
That is correct. It was Lieutenant General Nchinga at the time.
Yes. Can I just understand what was the discussion about the continuation or termination of the PKTT then in March 2022?
There were issues that were raised, concerns as to whether this political killing task team should continue or should cease to exist. So that was tabled for consideration. It would appear that there were already concerns as to why this task team will continue.
Okay, thank you. Then if we can go to paragraph, oh, it's a new topic, and Chair, I see that it's 2 minutes to 1. Shall we take the adjournment?
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
1, 2. All right, we are ready to resume. Good afternoon. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Switch your cell phones onto mute. And please stand. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Seegers.
Thank you, Chair. General, just before the adjournment, we were going to start a new topic on page 94, which is titled My View on the Disbandment of the Political Killing Stars Team. You can read paragraph 130 and 131.
The establishment, management, and disbandment of task teams is an operational matter. In the DPCI, a policy has been adopted on the subject of task teams. In the same way that the political office bearers are not empowered to establish police task teams, but give policy directions, this issue should be left to the discretion of police management. My view is that each provincial commission will exercise discretion on the need of establishing a team or otherwise. Should the national commissioner be of the view that the killings have inter-provincial links, he may decide to elevate the status to national level.
Well, you mentioned specifically killings. I suppose the principle applies to any other crime.
It is correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then, General, the next topic, unsolicited calls and messages from Mr. Brown Mogotsi.
On the 23rd of July 2025 at 2014, I received a message from the telephone number of 072, reading as follows. Good afternoon, General Brown Mogotsi. At 21:57, he sent the three screenshots of Malcolm X. On 28th July 2025, at 2200 hours, he called and I recognized his number and I did not answer, as I was already aware that he was among those who were mentioned by Lieutenant-General Mkhwanazi. On 30 September 2025 at 17:41, I missed his call. On 6 October 2025 at 19:44 and 21:07, he sent 2 video clips of his interview where he was talking about his membership of the ANC. I was only able to open one and could not open the other. On 22 October 2025, while drafting my statement, I realized that the number is now reflecting to be old school instead of Brown Mogotsi. I have never communicated with him and I do not know him.
So you only identified the number that called you on the 23rd of July as being Brown Mogotsi because he says in the message that he's Brown Mogotsi.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But what you're trying to say is that you don't know as a fact that it was in fact him that was communicating with you.
Yeah, I did not speak to him. I don't know if in fact it's him. It's only the number that reflected Brown Mogotsi.
Okay, thank you. Then the next topic is commentary on page 95, commentary on evidence delivered before the Commission. And here you say at 133, there are some errors in the evidence that has already been presented before the Commission. I'm indicating these errors so that the Commission's report does not erroneously carry the errors. But these are not matters where you have necessarily been implicated. correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
I'm going to propose that we only deal with a select few, because, for example, some you refer to where General Nkwanazi in his statement referred to members of the force, and you say it should be members of the service. Those kind of things, they're not really material. I would rather just deal with some aspects that you have highlighted that you want to correct that may be of some relevance to the Commission. Are you okay with that approach?
I'm okay, Commissioners.
Okay, so the first is, if we go to page 99, paragraph 147, is where you want to deal with a submission that was made by General Nkwanazi. If you can, and that is, when you say paragraph 61, page 273 of MK 22, you are referring to an annexure of General Nkwanazi's statement that he prepared before the Commission.
That's correct, Commissioner. The submission that despite Lieutenant General Nkwanazi suggesting to General Pierre that a suitable candidate to oversee crime intelligence would be Lieutenant General Masemola, General Pierre refused to listen to reason, is itself wrong, because there would have been a recommendation to demote Lieutenant General Masemola from the position of Deputy National Commissioner to position of Divisional Commissioner. A small, close circle of confidence is not always healthy.
Can I just understand what you're saying there, that General Nkwanazi had, in his MK22, indicated that he had suggested to General Pierre, who was the National Commissioner, that General Masemola would be a suitable candidate for the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence. And what you're saying is that that suggestion would have meant that he was recommending that General Masemola be demoted.
Yes, that is my interpretation, because if you were a Lieutenant General appointed as Deputy National Commissioner, is superior to Lieutenant General appointed as Divisional Commissioner. A move from that level is going downwards, is demotion.
And what do you seek to make of the phrase, a small, close circle of confidence is not always healthy? What are you referring to there?
My view is that when we look at appointment, promotion, and the like, we should look broadly at the organization, not only a close circle of individuals, because the organization is big, and the circle of confidence is not always healthy.
I have a small request, if you don't mind. I wanted Dr. Lebeya to clarify paragraph 139.
Which paragraph, sorry, Commissioner?
Page 96, paragraph 139 of the statement. And Dr. Lebeya, what I needed to understand is whether the head of the DPCI reports directly to the Minister of Police, and whether they brief the Minister of Police directly, as opposed to briefing the National Commissioner, who consolidates the reports and briefs the Minister or the ad hoc committee, or whoever it is, the person you are reporting to. Can you just clarify that for me? As head of the DPCI, who do you report to, and how does it work structurally?
Since the 14th of September 2012, the national head report directly to the minister, and no longer the National Commissioner as it applied from 2009 to 2012.
So you can have private meetings with the minister where you are briefing him directly. You don't need to go via the National Commissioner of Police.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then still on page 99, the next subtopic that you have is affidavit of General Masemola. If you could just deal with 148.
General Masemola stated that the national head reports directly to the minister and indirectly to the national commissioner. I have constantly queried the insertion of those dotted lines on the structure. The South African Police Service Act was amended in terms of the South African Police Service Amendment Act 57 of 2008, which made the head of the DPCI to be the Deputy National Commissioner who reports to the National Commissioner. The Act was amended in terms of the South African Police Service Amendment Act 10 of 2012, which made the national head to report directly to the Minister of Police.
Thank you. And then page 100, paragraph 152, you are addressing General Masemola's paragraph 93 on page 29 of his affidavit.
In his testimony, General Masemola indicated that the Hawks were not doing much in the cases at Fort Hare University until the political killings task team went and effected the arrests. The DPCI cases were never handed over to the political killings task team, and those arrests are not relating to cases falling under the mandate of the DPCI. The DPCI's 5 cases
You don't have to read out the
with
case
the
numbers.
reference number have been completed and handed over to the National Prosecuting Authority for decision. On the 17th of March 2023, when I learned that a team would be established and be led by a brigadier from Detective Service Head Office and overseen by Major General Lebeya as he then was, I expressly directed that the 5 cases with the DPCI should be finalized by the DPCI and information that can assist the detectives be shared. I attach copy of this directive as per Annexure GL 38.
Thank you. Then if we can skip a few pages and we go to page 106, paragraph 159, you're dealing with General Dumisani Kumalo's evidence.
Lieutenant-General Dumisani Samuel Kumalo, a veteran who have joined the police in July 1991 when I was a commissioned officer, draws an inference that the Hawks' conduct is a clear obstruction of justice. This is a serious crime against the administration of justice. The crime of defeating or obstructing the course of justice consists in unlawfully and intentionally engaging in a conduct which defeats or obstructs the course of administration of justice. A critical element is intention. The accused must subjectively have foreseen the possibility that his conduct might defeat or obstruct the administration of justice, or the accused must have been aware of the fact that it might thwart or interfere with judicial proceedings which were to take place in the future, or would at least hamper or forestall the investigation of an offense.
160.
Due to the simultaneous running of the commission and the ad hoc committee of parliament, I missed some of the testimonies. I have not heard as to whether Lieutenant-General Dumisani Samuel Kumalo testified about his possible visit to the Hammanskraal farm or one of the big 5 and the developments thereof, or confrontation where he felt that his life was in their hands.
Where did you get that information from?
That was general discussion when we were conversing on our way from an Interpol meeting where there was this indication that at some stage he was confronted and he felt that his life was in danger in handling some of these matters. So I do not have the nitty-gritties, the details of precisely what that meant.
So this was a discussion between you and General Kumalo?
Yeah, and General Masemula and General Lebeya.
Okay, thank you. And then 161.
Lieutenant General Dumisan Samuel Kumalo reminds the Commission that in 2012, he was appointed as the acting component head in crime intelligence. When General Masemula, who was a divisional commissioner at Protection and Security Services, was appointed by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi as the acting divisional of crime intelligence, while Lieutenant General Mkwanazi was appointed as the acting national commissioner. Indeed, the trio have been together for a long time, and in some instances, appointing and promoting each other. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Lieutenant General Masemula was appointed by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi to become the Deputy National Commissioner.
162.
Lieutenant General Dumisan Samuel Kumalo testified that he has deliberately excluded the DPCI to protect the investigation against the Hawks because there was information which he received in May 2024 that Captain Zungu of Tom's Hawks is involved. He concludes that, but if it happens that there are targets that are at a particular level in a particular environment that are part of the target, informally and indirectly so, there can be a discussion between, for instance, myself and the head of the DPCI to say, on this project, we will be limiting our briefing as well as our information sharing because we have some of the targets in the space. But that talks to also trust issue between the two principals or amongst the principal in the same space. I now understand why he has never brought information of any serious organized crime or serious corruption to my attention since taking office, and I feel betrayed. It reminds me of an experience where I received a call after 2,100 hours from General Pieka to tell me that I must not be involved in the investigation of the Gupta landing at the Waterkloof Air Force Base. This was based on the assistant I gave to Major General Ramadzweli and Lieutenant General, it should not Major General, Lieutenant General Mawela on their request.
The request, were they involved in that investigation?
Yeah, that they requested me to assist them.
Okay. And you saying that General Pieka then told you that you're not involved in that investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. 163.
Lieutenant General Dumisan Samuel Kumalo testified that he was receiving continuous situation reports throughout the operations. He stated that on the day of the takedown, they could not be able to identify the person who called the Hawks, but as the investigation was progressing, they managed to narrow the scope towards the final identification of the caller or who activated the Hawks to be part of the operation against the lawful operation they were conducting. Until the 5th of November 2025, he still has not identified the person who called the Hawks on 6 December 2024 but all their information is pointing towards a Mr. Boy Mtetwa, who, according to their investigation, is the one who activated the call.
164.
From May 2024, General Kumalo knew about Captain Pilani Zungu, but never brought it to my attention. The evidence led by Captain Wanda, who was the senior during the operation, confirms that he did speak to Brigadier Mugwena of the Hawks through the phone of Mr. Mtetwa, maybe linking that with the information that we had received, that the information of the deployment of the Hawks came from the national head to the divisional commissioner, then to Brigadier Mugwena.
And then the next subtopic, testimony of witness A, and this will relate to the takedown of 6 December 2024 still.
As presented in his testimony before the commission, witness A is a junior member who was in charge of the operation at the Sandest, which is the residence of Mr. Katiso Molefe. While he has joined the police in 2008, at the time when I was in charge of organized crime component in the country, his experience in the organized crime is 3 years. If he was in the middle lane, he should be a warrant officer, and if he is in a slow lane, he may be a constable or a sergeant. I am aware now that he's a warrant officer. He has been elevated to a warrant officer. As it can be seen from the evidence, the identification of this case was not through the crime threat analysis or the OCTA process. It is highly probable that the witness has never initiated an investigation that resulted in the prosecution on organized crime called a pattern of racketeering activity.
In 166 on page 110.
Witness A appreciate the task on 17 April 2024, where he was on duty when he received a call from one of his colleagues that told him that he has gotten an instruction from their commander, Brigadier Hobabe, that they must attend to a crime scene that was active in Bramley. At that time, they did not know what the crime scene was all about. And then he did ask him on the phone to give him more details about the crime scene that they were instructed to attend. His response was that he did not have full details. He was just given instruction that we must go to that crime scene at the address that was given to them at the time, and they will be briefed as they get to the crime scene. He requested him to brief him a little further about what they needed to do, but he said all he has is the address where they need to go and attend, and the number of the person that need to give them full details when they get to the crime scene. They were joined by 2 other colleagues at the crime scene. Surprisingly, witness A seems to doubt the similar response of Hawks on the 6th of December 2024.
Can I just ask this? Following this incident at Mr. Molefe's home, did you and the SAPS, whether General, the main service, as you refer to it, whether General Kumalo or anyone in particular, did there ever happen a discussion between you as the PCI and them about that day, about what happened on that day?
No, it never happened.
So witness A, when he comes and he testifies here, he would, until that point, when he hears the DPCI witnesses who were at Mr. Molefe's house, is it fair to say he wouldn't have had an explanation about their presence on that day?
I agree that he shall not have known.
Yes. Thank you.
Just want to follow up, Dr. Lebeya. Since you found out, I do appreciate that when General Mkhwanazi made his statement, I think you had already retired from the Hawks.
That is
on
correct,
6th July,
Commissioner.
yeah. But after this incident, the 6th of December 2024, was there an internal investigation at DPCI to find out what happened on that day? What did the members of the DPCI that went to the Sandhead address do and what they did when they came back? Or, I don't know, is it an occurrence book or a report, something where the DPCI, independent of what General Mkhwanazi said, records what transpired that day, who reacted, why they reacted, and there's a full report that sets that out? Was there ever such a thing?
No, except the note that I have shared coming from the provincial head, which indicated feedback from the members who attended. So that is the only report that came to my attention. I'm not sure in the operational environment, but I was satisfied myself.
I speak from a position of ignorance, please appreciate that. But one would have expected that when the national head of the Hawks dispatches a team to an address, there will either be an inquiry number or something, and arising from that, there would be a formal report to you to say, as per your request, people were dispatched because there was a possibility that the Hawks, somebody was impersonating the Hawks. These are the members who went there, this is what they found when they went there, and this is the outcome or the report of what they found when they got there and why they left. So there's no such a thing.
Because that one is an operational matter.
Yeah.
There in the operational environment, I don't know what they will record there. At times they can record in the pocketbook, and then if the commander is satisfied that there is none issue,
Yeah.
it's false. So you can't be registering files of false activities. So from where I was sitting, I just needed to be satisfied that those are not Hawks impersonators. When the report comes back, I was satisfied with that.
So from where you are sitting, even a phone call was sufficient that it was not people impersonating the Hawks?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then 168.
For identification of the police that were at Sandhurst address, witness A stated that they audibly identified themselves as police and also showed the suspect a warrant of arrest, which was signed by a court for the suspects to see that they are police officials. He adds that the members from tactical response team were not wearing full uniform, only marked bulletproof vests. Contrary to the basic training provided, no appointment certificate was produced at any stage. He raises a concern that the members of the DPCI just told them that they are from the DPCI, but he has not verified that. Once more, it is surprising that the members saw it as a challenge that the Hawks were not properly identifying themselves, expecting that he takes it at face value. But he does not seem to see his own team's failure to identify itself, which triggered the suspicion of being fake Hawks officials.
Is that a fair comment, General? if all that happened is Malcolm X called you and said, these people here say they are from the Hawks, and that's all, he says, you're surely not saying that the SAPS officials who were there should have identified themselves to Malcolm X. I mean, you don't know why Malcolm X said that. In fact, you have followed the evidence quite clearly from your discussion here. The SAPS witnesses have denied that they identified themselves to anybody as from the Hawks. That statement there, that they failed, it would suggest that you're saying they should have identified themselves to Malcolm X because he's the person that called you. Is that a fair comment to make?
I think that I did not mean in that way, Commissioner. I was saying that when the witness A and his team arrived there, identifying themselves to the people who are in the premises, Malcolm X is not there. He says that they identified by way of warrant of arrest and verbally saying that we are the police. So it is that identification that I'm referring to, that the members did not identify themselves to the occupant of that house, that we are the police, identify yourself properly. I say that this is not how you have been trained to identify yourself. So I'm saying that now, the same witness, the Hawks members arrives. They say we are from the Hawks. They don't show anything to prove that they are from the Hawks. So he is worried about that. He is not happy with that. He is correct. But he doesn't seem to see also his own approach, that his approach self is wrong. So that is the statement that I was trying to make.
We can leave it at that for now.
Thank you, General. 169.
Witness A states that if you would be driving, doing a certain operation, maybe you find other teams from different components, they are doing their work, you do not interfere with them. It was very unusual. He is missing the point, as that was not the case. The members were called to specifically visit the address and verify the allegation of Hawks officials who are said to be executing an operation.
Thank you. And then the remainder doesn't really deal with the implicating you. And then the next one is the testimony of witness B and the testimony of Warrant Officer Nkosi, where you basically just state what their evidence was. So I'm not going to go over that. Then the next topic, which we had agreed would be noted by the commissioners and taken into consideration, but we're not going to deal with it in detail, which is really the last topic in your statement. It's the effectiveness or failure of oversight bodies affecting the DPCI on page 113, but I do want you to deal with two or three paragraphs where you make certain assertions, not based on the legislation, but on your own experience. So if you could just start with 175. On page 113, paragraph 175.
After careful consideration and analysis of various developments, I conclude that the oversight bodies that are listed below have failed to execute their duties, which contribute to the weakness of the criminal justice system. Recalling that the South African Police Service Amendment Act of 10 of 2012 came into operation on the 14th of September 2012, the implementation process was already in place on the 26th of November 2012. I was assigned to chair the process while being the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection. Copies of the correspondence are attached as per Annexure SGL 41.
You then deal with some of the oversight bodies. The one that I do want you to deal with is the Ministerial Committee in terms of Section 17 of the, 17L, is it L?
17I.
I, yes, of the South African Police Service Act. So 175.1, 2, and 3, please.
The Ministerial Committee is established in terms of Section 17I, subsection 3, paragraph A of the South African Police Service Act, which provides that the Ministerial Committee shall meet as regularly as necessary and shall report to Parliament on its activities as part of the annual report of the Directorate. All the ministers who were responsible for police, justice and constitutional development, state security, finance and home affairs for the period 2009 to 2025 have, unfortunately, failed after respective designation by the presidents. The ministers never met. No single annual report was ever produced for 16 years. Although Section 17F, subsection 4, which provided that the National Director of Public Prosecutions must ensure that a dedicated component of prosecutors is available to assist and to cooperate with members of the Directorate in concluding its investigation, as well as secondment of persons with specialized skills as and when required, does not directly fall under the ambit of the Ministerial Committee. It could have assisted in terms of Section 17I2, which provides that the Ministerial Committee may determine procedures to coordinate the activities of the Directorate and other relevant government departments or institutions. As the national head of the DPCI, I had already requested the National Prosecuting Authority to dedicate capacity to prosecute cases emanating from the serious corruption investigation of the DPCI, while the National Prosecuting Authority had a different view. I respectively attach a letter from the DPCI dated the 14th of February 2021, as well as a reminder dated the 15th of September 2022 as Annexure SGL 42, and a response from the National Prosecuting Authority dated the 11th of October 2022 as per Annexure SGL 43. Once the Ministerial Committee activated the committee, the deadlock in the finalization of the National Organized Crime Threat Analysis, NISOCTA, that was initiated in 2018, all the new thoughts of initiatives must be deposited into the Organized Crime Subcommittee of the National Priority Crime Operational Committee, established in terms of Section 17J of the South African Police Service Act.
Thank you. And then the Executive Authorities, Minister of Police and Finance, I just want you to deal with 175.4 and 175.4.3.
The Ministers of Police who were responsible for the portfolio of police from 2016 to 2026 have, regardless of several reminders, failed to implement the following provisions.
You mentioned there 17CA, 8, A and B, which deals primarily with remuneration allowance and other terms and conditions of service. And was this whilst you were still in the service? Are you saying that it's still continuing now, that they failed to deal with it?
After my exit from the organization, this is what I say I have referred to the public protector, which public protector I have referred to the acting Minister of Police, who shall now follow what the law is saying, which should have been done from 2018. So that is still something that they are attending to, Commissioners.
So when you say at 175.4.3 that although you were consulted on 5 November 2018, the process was never concluded. At the time of your retirement, it was never concluded.
That is correct, Commissioners. The law requires that to determine the salary of the deputy national head and the provincial head, the minister must consult with the national head. And that process was done. I was consulted. And then, up until I exited, that process was never finalized and is still not finalized. And obviously, in terms of the new advertisement, looking for the successor, that problem is still going to exist.
Thank you. And then if we can go to page 120, the adequacy of current legislation, policies and institutional arrangements in preventing such infiltration. And the infiltration you're referring to is infiltration by criminal syndicates.
That's correct,
Okay.
Commissioners.
Can I ask you to just deal with 177.6 on page 122?
Appreciating that Section 17F read with Section 17J of the South African Police Service provide for collaboration mechanism, the multidisciplinary investigative approach, analysis and prosecutor-guided investigation used by the political task team as advocated to serve as a benchmark has been used for a long time. Such mechanism must just be enhanced in the existing team approaches.
And then 177.7?
Parliament should consider strengthening oversight mechanism to ensure that the laws it passes are implemented.
And then your concluding remarks on the first statement, you can read both paragraphs.
Should additional information come to my attention after submitting the statement, I shall be keen to deal with any aspect that requires my attention. I am one of the embodiments of honesty and integrity. I have executed my policy in assignment for over 40 years. I have improved my understanding of the laws that I was to enforce as I grew in the organization from the moment that I was a constable up until my contract came to an end. I have fought criminality within and outside the SAPS. I have not created friends in the criminal world. Although my profession placed me in harm's way, I was provided with a one-day protection after threat assessment. I love this country, and I shall continue in whatever capacity I find myself until my last breath. I call upon the South Africans who are honestly committed to fighting crime to join efforts of ensuring that South Africa join the efforts to fight criminality without fear, favor, or prejudice.
Thank you, General. That's the main statement. We then have to deal with your supplementary, but Commissioner Baloyi has a question for you.
Yes. General, if I can just take you back to 177.5, where you propose an amendment which defines organized crime, and you say there that that is necessary because otherwise there is a confusion about the mandate of different agencies. You're obviously not suggesting an amendment for the sake of it. In practical terms, what has been the consequence of the absence of a definition, or of a uniform definition, if you like, or a uniform understanding, let me say, a uniform understanding of what is organized crime, on the fight against crime? What has it caused?
On the operations itself, it does not make any difference. But in terms of the mandate and the labeling of certain activities, that is where the confusion comes. And when it comes to failure to define, when you segregate which matters need to be investigated by the detectives, which matters need to be investigated by the DPCI, the confusion comes in. And I think that legally speaking, the Supreme Court of Appeal have already addressed this and say that the lack of definition is problematic.
And what I'm trying to get to is whether it has had a practical consequence, as in conflict of the agencies, or some crimes that should otherwise be investigated falling between the cracks because there's a misunderstanding or confusion about the definition.
I think that it goes further than that, because after failing to define organized crime, if it was only organized crime and then there is one unit that deals with organized crime, there will be no problem. But the moment you create other units dealing with the very same organized crime, and you label another as organized crime and another as serious organized crime without defining both, it creates a problem as to what is serious as compared to the normal organized crime. That, when it comes to the mandate, is problematic. You'll find competition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Can we now go to your supplementary statement, which is in file 4? That runs to page 46, and I just want you to confirm your signature on page 46.
It is my signature, Commissioner.
And you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of the contents of the statement?
I confirm, Commissioners.
Okay. Can we start on page 3 of your page? Actually, we can do page 2 just to orientate us as to what the statement deals with. So you can read paragraph 1. You don't have to read your name again.
In addition to my statement submitted on the 25th of November 2025, I was directed by the Commission on the 16th of July 2026 to provide a further statement within 10 days, calendar days of the notice. The submission deadline was subsequently extended by the Commission's attorneys upon request for such an extension by my attorneys of record to the 5th of August 2026.
At paragraph 2, you then deal with the topics, which we again won't read into the record because we'll cover them as we go along. On page 3, you deal with where it says at paragraph, that is in relation to the Rule 3 notice, correct? That you're responding to.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. The first topic is your oversight role exercised by me in the Ayrton drug bust of 9 July 2021. We won't read into the record what you were asked to address, but if you could just start then on paragraph 4.
To paint a complete picture of drug seizures that included the consignments under scrutiny, it is worth mentioning that on 22nd August 2022, I made a quarterly public update on the work of the DPCI, where I reflected, among others, 6 cases of cocaine weighing 4,442 kilograms. Those were the 706 kilograms of cocaine intercepted at Gqeberha on 8 January 2019. The 541 kilograms of cocaine confiscated at Isipingo on 22nd June 2021. The 805 kilograms of cocaine seized at Pretoria on the 2nd of June 2021. The 715 kilograms of cocaine seized at Ireton on the 9th of July 2021. The 1,000 kilograms of cocaine seized at Durban Harbour on 30 July 2021, and the 675 kilograms of cocaine seized in Western Cape on the 4th of August 2022. This issue remains a challenge.
Paragraph 5.
It is a standing practice that when there is a major incident in the province that requires the attention of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the provincial head of the DPCI will inform the national head of the DPCI. The provincial heads are well experienced and will execute the task and update the national head where necessary.
6.
In the Ireton matter, Major General Ibrahim Ahmed Kadwa shall have informed me telephonically about the incident. I do not have a record of such communication. As an experienced senior manager, I will expect of him to do whatever is necessary in line with the prescripts of the law. There was no need for me to exercise any oversight role. He never sought any assistance from me. I was comfortable that a senior manager is at the scene, which is what is expected.
Can I just clarify what you're saying in that paragraph? Are you saying he would have informed you, you just don't have a recollection? Or are you saying he did inform you, you just don't have a record of it, but you're saying positively he did inform you?
I cannot recollect that he informed me, but it's a normal practice that he must inform me. I take that he shall have informed me. So I couldn't get the communication records. So, but I expect that he shall have informed me. It's just that I'm not recalling how it was done.
So, my confusion comes from the last sentence where you say he never sought any assistance from me, and I'm prepared to accept that maybe it's consistent with you not remembering whether he called you or not, but then it is the very last sentence where you say, I was comfortable that a senior manager is at the scene, which is what is expected. So that last sentence conveys quite positively that he did inform you and you satisfied yourself that with such a senior person on the scene, you don't need to do more. That's where my confusion comes from, what you're conveying.
Because the statement is being made afterwards, insinuating that it is wrong of a senior manager to be at the scene, I think that may have influenced the insertion of this. So I was comfortable that he should be at the scene. So I'm not recalling the nitty-gritties. But to be at the scene of a crime, that is what I expected.
Okay, it's not clear yet to me if what you're seeking to convey is that even if he did not inform you that there was such a senior person on the scene, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you're conveying, then I understand what you're saying. But if you say, I don't remember, and then you say, but I was comfortable that there's a senior member on the scene as if you're speaking about the day itself of the incident. That's where my confusion comes from. So it's either he may have informed you and you don't have a recollection of it and you leave it at that, and the next sentence is that his presence on the scene, now that I know that he was at the scene, in fact, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm comfortable that there was a senior person at the scene. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to clear.
Yeah, obviously it is my recollection that I do not recollect the nitty-gritties, but I have known about that, and the only person who should have informed me is him from his province.
And you would have known about it on the day itself?
I shall have known about it
Okay.
on the day itself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Paragraph 7.
I expected that everyone who was involved in that attempt to steal the drugs should be arrested. This included every police official who secretly went there to steal, knowing very well that the kind of operation belonged in the DPCI and that the unit responsible for that jurisdiction will deal with that matter.
You've then attached 13 reports by General Kadwa. What do they relate to? Is it this incident itself?
Yes, it relates to the reporting of the incident, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Then the next topic, my interactions with Lieutenant Colonel Molefe.
Maybe before you do that, we know General Kadwa was there, and I think other Sekgobela and other people who are DPCI. So where do we land in terms of mandate? Should DPCI have been responsible and taken over this operation? When they got to the scene, we know there were 3 people who were accompanying this consignment. In the end, they get arrested, 3 or 4. Should DPCI have taken this operation on when your people arrived there?
That's correct. They should have taken it on.
They should have taken it on.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's the question I asked you earlier, Dr. Lebeya, that the evidence we had was that drug trafficking is a Schedule 3 or a Level 3 offense, and therefore it resides within the mandate of DPCI. So DPCI should have been called. Is that how you understand the mandate of DPCI as well?
It is the labeling commissioner of Schedule 3.
I can't remember if it's Schedule 3 or
Level 3.
but there's a 3 there.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, in terms of the mandate that I attached in the documents, is Level 3.
Level 3,
Yes, once it is Level 3, the issue of those kind of dealing in drugs, that huge consignment, is the responsibility of the DPCI. It is for that reason that in the province of Gauteng, the head of organized crime in the detective service, which was by then Brigadier Shibiri, has indicated that it is the responsibility of the DPCI.
In fact, we have his affidavit where he says that.
That's correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Thank you. General, we can deal with that topic, my interactions with Molefe.
The submission by Lieutenant Colonel Risimati Molefe that he visited me on the day of the operation, which happened on the 9th of July, 2021 in Ireton, is not true. In fact, he met me on the 13th of July, 2021, which was a Tuesday. It is correct that I made notes of what he was saying. He indicated that there was 1,000 kgs of cocaine, and that in the next 2 days, it was 805 kgs. It appears that he confused the 805 kgs of the consignment that was seized on the 2nd of June 2021, as indicated above, with the ireton cargo. He indicated further that only police who escorted were arrested. He pointed out that General Khan's information led to the arrest and that the members were to appear yesterday, but that day was meaning Monday, the 12th of July, 2021, at 1500 hours. And Major General Kadwa asked the senior public prosecutor to place the case on the roll, but senior public prosecutor refused. That members were not happy.
10.
He is correct to state that I did not go back to him. There was no indication from his side that I should come back to him. And I had to use my discretion to handle the information.
Then on page 6, the next topic is the investigations by IPID. You can read until I indicate that we're skipping that paragraph.
Lieutenant Colonel Risimati Maluleke, who advised Howden Traffic Police Chief Inspector Samuel Tsiane Mashaba, Chief Mashaba, Warrant Officer Marumo Joseph Mahani, Warrant Officer Mahani, and Warrant Officer Boyce Chief Pagula, Warrant Officer Pagula, to report a case of defeating the ends of justice, has considered that the officers did not defeat the ends of justice. He has also noted that Chief Mashaba and Warrant Officer Mahani misrepresented themselves as crime intelligence officials, which is defeating the ends of justice. The reporting of a case against the members who arrested those who were not supposed to be at the drug bust was designed to defeat the ends of justice. As a result, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate has wasted its precious time and taxpayers' money pursuing a non-existent crime. It is unfortunate that the issue was only uncovered by the Commission on examining Lieutenant Colonel Risimati Maluleke, who admitted that there was no defeating the ends of justice. Assistant Director Takarani Zeldama Posho, Assistant Director Maposho, was investigating a non-existent case and did not verify the veracity of the allegations, as her view was that she does not investigate her complainants. During her evidence, she still labored under the misconception that General Khan from crime intelligence is not supposed to be there and that her complainants are supposed to be there. If she had listened to the turnabout of Lieutenant Colonel Risimati Maluleke, she would withdraw her misdirected perception as his trick of advancing Pretoria Inquiry 6 of 8/2020 did not work. Assistant Director Maposho.
You can skip that paragraph. Can you go to 14?
I became aware of the investigation by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, a letter which shows to have been drafted on the 5th of October 2021 and signed on by the Executive Director on the 17th of November 2021, was received by my office on 24 November 2021. The same letter shows to have been signed by the Executive Director on the 18th of November 2021, which accompanied the report, was sent to the SAPS on 27 June 2024. The letter concludes with paragraph 8 stating, "It is against this background that we request General's intervention on this matter as the continued delay in obtaining copies of this docket hampers service delivery."
And then the next topic, if I could just ask you to summarize your involvement in the alleged refusal to provide documents in contravention of Section 9 of IPID Act.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have not refused to assist the IPAD. The IPAD have gone to the provincial office which have got custody of these documents that they needed. They shall have served the necessary papers. In my office, they needed intervention to ensure that they get those, not to ask them from me, who did not have custody of those. We have sat with management of IPAD, the seniors too, the witness. We agreed that because these are counter investigations and that the final decision will be made by the NPA, let the IPAD complete the investigation without taking the statement from this side, putting on the other. And the DPCI investigate its side, complete this, and both matters taken to the NPA to make a decision. So that was the agreement. I have never refused to assist the IPAD. There are many instances where I have assisted the IPAD. So that is the summary of my position. Thanks, Commissioner.
Just understand, the DPCI was investigating who and for what? And is it a criminal investigation or a disciplinary investigation?
The DPCI was investigating criminal investigation of the people who are involved in this drug trafficking. Those people, when they were released from custody, they went to report cases against those members of the DPCI who are investigating them. So it's counter charges.
Thank you. Then the next topic on page 9, my response to IPID's findings and recommendations.
On 27 June 2024, a report from IPAD in terms of Section 30 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act 1 of 2011 was received by the South African Police Service, which requested that we institute disciplinary process. The report reached the DPCI on the 19th of July 2024. On the 22nd of July 2024, I responded to the IPAD informing it that the DPCI has received the report from Human Resource Management and it is being studied. The SAPS intended to institute expeditious process which is usually used where dismissal is envisaged. I advise the SAPS that the DPCI shall institute its own disciplinary process in line with the SAPS Act and regulations. In its recommendations, the IPAD coined its statement as follows. Based on the above information contained in the case docket, IPAD recommends that disciplinary steps must be taken against individuals.
And then the next topic on page 10 deals with the appointment of Major General Gerber and response to findings. If maybe there you could also just summarize why Major General Gerber was appointed, what was the tasking, and your response to the findings.
Thank you, Commissioners. Since the DPCI came into place, it is expected that the DPCI shall initiate and conclude disciplinary process within the DPCI. So whenever a member of the DPCI is involved, it means that it shall be dealt with based on the level of the individual, which is a Major General. I had to find somebody higher on the level of Major General and higher to conduct the investigation. Based on that, I appointed Major General Herbel, which I thought is independent in another province, to conduct the investigation and to provide me with feedback with the recommendation as to what should happen. So normally what you do is that you don't start the investigation before you give notice to the affected parties. So when I did that, I issued the notices to all of them. And then when he concluded the investigation, he brought back the report. And then after studying that, I make a decision based on what is contained in the report as well as the recommendation. Thank you, Commissioners.
And the recommendation was that there be no disciplinary action taken against the DPCI members,
That is correct, Commissioners.
which decision you implemented. You then made a decision based on that recommendation.
I made a decision based on that recommendation.
Then the next topic on page 11, you deal with further meetings with Lieutenant Colonel Resemate Maluleke.
It may be helpful.
Before you deal with this, can you tell us why you giving us this, were you asked for additional further meetings, whether you had further meetings with him, or is it just something that you think will be of benefit to the Commission?
The practices of the Colonel is something that I needed to bring to the attention of the Commission, that we may be dealing with the Ireton matter, but is this the first and the last? So I thought that sharing this with the Commission may help to understand the practices.
Thank you. You may proceed.
It may be helpful for the Commission to be appraised of certain aspects that Lieutenant Colonel Resemate Maluleke may not have expanded in his evidence. Over and above what he stated, he conducted a drugs operation at pharmaceutical company in Boksburg on the 23rd of March 2013 under Pretoria Inquiry 12 of September 2012. He opened a case of defeating the ends of justice against the police official under Boksburg case 281 of August 2013. He was charged criminally under Boksburg case 262 of 10, 2013, which he was later acquitted and disciplined departmentally. On the 5th of July 2017, he was dismissed from the SAPS DPCR, and his appeal failed on the 24th of October 2017. After arbitration process, he was reinstated on the 2nd of December 2019. I'm attaching disciplinary file, which is Annexa SGL 48.
Then at paragraph 26, if I could ask you to start reading it from the second sentence, please. I have checked my notes.
I have checked my notes and noted that I also met him on the 8th of April 2022, where he was complaining about DPCI Gauteng and the Tom's head office. His complaint included the fact that he has been a lieutenant colonel since the 1st of July 2009, which is the rank that he was translated into when he came from the Directorate for Special Operation DSO Scorpions.
27 and 28.
It is worth mentioning that on 28th of November 2022, An unpleasant event took place at Boschkop policing area where one of the members of the SAPS sustained serious injuries by fellow colleagues. Part of the role players included members from K9 Flying Squad and Serious Organized Crime Pretoria under Lieutenant-General Godfrey Lebeya. He was accompanied by Sergeants Masuma and Mugwevo. Lieutenant-General Godfrey Lebeya, who was to take over the scene, indicated that they were handling inquiry Pretoria Central 5 of October 2022 of drugs that were supposed to come into the country. The issue of arresting generals for defeating the ends of justice was raised in paragraph 9 of his statement. A similar incident occurred at Mabulu Hall on the 27th of January 2023, where it was alleged that Lieutenant-Colonel Godfrey Lebeya from DPCI head office was there attending to illegal cigarettes. I attached copies of Mabulu Hall investigation and Boschkop investigation reports signed by Major General Governor Brigadier Alexander, Brigadier Malabile, Brigadier Mugoka, Brigadier Chambriel, and Brigadier Madlanga, respectively, as per Annex 49.
Then on page 13, investigation of complaint by DPCI Integrity and Risk Office. Can you just give us context before you read this?
On the other side, the DPCI have got a complaint office, so that complaint office also conducted this investigation, and then they made a recommendation after the conclusion, which they finalized.
Thank you. You may proceed, paragraph 29.
Paragraph?
29.
Should I read paragraph 29?
If you feel that the summary that you've given was fine, we can continue to your knowledge and involvement in the Sun City operation. And before you read paragraph 31, or I would ask you to summarize 31 to 35, if you could tell us what is the Sun City operation.
Sun City operation is where members from the Tom's head office went to the Northwest Province to go and conduct an operation in the Northwest Province without informing the Northwest structures. So we only picked it up when we saw a message on the WhatsApp group that there are some successes coming from the Hawks, and this is serious, that require public attention. And as I have to account on the activities of the DPCI, I needed to be understanding what operation is this, and this number of suspects who have been arrested with firearms, did they just hand themselves over? Something does not sound right. So that is how it came to my attention, which needed to be looked at. And again, I had to assign the officials to follow on this, starting with their commander at head office and the provincial office. So that is what Sun City is all about, that operation by head office in the province without informing the province where the firearms were confiscated.
When you say without informing the province, do you mean provincial hawks or provincial subs? Who is the province that you are referring to?
If it is a matter that resort under the mandate of the DPCI, they should inform the provincial head of the DPCI so that it's not surprised.
So not subs, DPCI?
Yeah, if it is a matter of the DPCI, informing the DPCI is sufficient, because the DPCI will talk to his colleagues there in the province in case there is confusion as to whether members are doing the operation. Generally, they might even ask support from the province, additional personnel.
In this case, you mean they didn't inform the provincial DPCI head?
That is correct.
And at this time, who was the head of TOMS, the national head of TOMS?
The head of TOMS was a brigadier who retired before. Brigadier Mugwena came in.
Okay, so it was someone before Brigadier Mgwena.
Yeah, it was another brigadier.
Okay, that's sufficient for now. It's all right.
And who was the head of,
Brigadier Smith, sorry for Brigadier Smith.
Thank you.
who was the head of DPCI Northwest?
The head of DPCI in the Northwest was Major General Mboto
At the time of the Sun City
at the
operation?
time of that Sun City operation.
So if I could deal with it then on this basis, because in your paragraphs 31 to 35, you're going to detail about aspects which don't really cover or go outside of what you were asked to answer, and maybe we can deal with your answers directly. So in the notice, you were asked whether you contacted the officer in charge to inquire about the arrest and the seizure of the firearms. Do you want to respond to that directly?
May you repeat that question?
If you go to page 13 of your statement, you've copied and pasted the questions that the commission has asked you to answer regarding the Sun City matter.
Yes.
You see that? And 7.1, you were asked about your knowledge of the operation and the extent of your involvement, which you've dealt with. 7.2, whether you contacted the officer in charge to inquire about the arrest and the seizure of firearms.
That's correct, Commissioners. After checking with those at national level, Brigadier Smith and General Mboto, and they were not able to provide clearer answers, I needed to speak to the person in charge of the operation. So I tried to call him. He did not answer at the time, but I have noted that he have indicated in his testimony that he spoke to me. My phone is not reflecting the communication, but what he is stating is correct, that I shall have talked to him to understand what they have been doing, the nature of the operation and the like. So I spoke to him.
So we know what the purpose of the call was. The next on 7.3, did you give him any instructions? And if so, what were they?
I did not give him instructions. I needed to be understanding precisely the nature of the incident. So if I had to give the instruction, I was going to give to his seniors, not the member in the operational level, at the operational level.
Okay, then at 7.4 on page 14, whether you attempted to instruct the suspects or seized weapons be released without following proper protocols, including submitting the firearms for ballistic analysis.
I will not have instructed him to release the firearm. I just needed to be understanding the nature of the operation. The release of the firearms and the like, and the release of the suspect have got a particular process to follow, which they must complete certain forms and be convinced that there is a need to release the suspect. I can't give the instruction from head office.
And how would that instruction have flowed down? So let's assume you did give an instruction, but not to him directly, but that was an instruction. Would you give that instruction to General Mboto?
I agreed with him when he felt that they should release the suspect after investigation, not during that night, because there was a lot of investigation that they needed to be doing before they placed the matter on the court roll, which included the recalling of those members from the Hawks head office who did not make the statements. They only allowed one person to make a statement arresting that number of suspects, more than 10. So they needed to close the gaps so that the case can be placed on the roll and not withdrawn.
So the decision was made by General Mboto and he discussed it with you before he implemented it or after?
Before he implemented
To seek your agreement or just to notify you?
to notify me, and then I agreed because it was going to be an embarrassment.
Could he have done it without your agreement, so just notify you and still continue even if you didn't agree?
Yeah, he could have done it because he is responsible for the hawks in that province. It means that he shall have been convinced by what he is available in the docket, whether these people should be charged or released.
And he discussed that with you, what his view was and what he was basing his view on?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were satisfied, independent of what his view was, what you heard about the facts, you were satisfied on that the decision that he had recommended or that he was going to execute was the right one?
I was satisfied because those firearms came out that no, they were not illegal firearms as expected. They have gone to the extent of getting the licenses for those firearms. Initially, Maluleke was saying that one firearm seems to be coming positive, but even that firearm, a pistol, seems to have been a wrong one that was reflecting Boksburg case. So the allegations that they were having were not making sense. And it was the responsibility of the investigation team to deal with that with the NPA and see if they are placing that matter on the court roll or not. So I was satisfied with the information that they provided me that it is not as they suggested, what we should be worried about, that illegal individuals are carrying these huge rifles.
And then 7.5 on page 14, you were asked about your relationship with, knowledge of, or interactions with Mpopowe, if any, and her role or interest in the matter. Before you deal with that, can you tell us who is Mpopowe?
This is one of the witnesses in that docket who seems to be the owner of the mine that these people were guarding, the security were guarding. I think that she might also be I'm not sure how she's associated with the security company, but she seems to be the owner of the mine whose affidavit is in the docket, which explains how she has been dealing with that matter of people who are trespassing at the mine and the like. So you could see that this is a dispute over a mine is not necessarily what the people were talking about. I do not know her, and then I saw that I had a message from her some few days after the operation, which explained the involvement of the police, also accusing the Hawks that these Hawks members are actually part of the problem makers. Some of them own mines there. So that is the allegation that she was advancing. I again sent that message to the provincial head. So I don't know her.
Okay, I think then we can skip to paragraph 80 on page 25. Because you would have covered everything here. We can deal with it in more detail when we address cross-examination, because you've dealt with your interactions with General Mboto and all of that in those pages. But 25 is where you then address the allegations by Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke. So, paragraph 80.
I deny that I have given Lieutenant Colonel Resimati Maluleke any instructions in this matter, taking into account that I was not aware of the operation until I was informed about the arrest. I need to point out further that Lieutenant Colonel Resimati Maluleke is based at head office, and standing practice requires that he ought to have informed the provincial authorities in the Northwest prior to the commencement of the operation. In cases where such was not feasible, he ought to have informed his head office superiors.
And 81 and 82?
When I exited the office on the 31st of May 2025, the case was not yet finalized as it was serving between the prosecutor and the investigator. As on the 21st of July 2026, the case docket appears to be still open. I have noted that Lieutenant Colonel Resimati Maluleke testified that he reported the matter to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Ian Cameron, MP. As a senior officer, I would have expected him to report the matter to the DPCI judge.
And then you've provided the report on the investigation.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay, then if we can deal with the next topic, page 26, the 541 kilograms cocaine at Port Shepstone, KwaZulu-Natal. And if we could adopt the same approach, because you do deal with matters that are not necessarily within your knowledge, but you rely on documents. I first want to just explore with you and get your version on your personal involvement in the 541 kg. So when did you first become aware that there was a seizure of the cocaine?
I shall have become aware on the day of the seizure, as that is a practice that when this kind of seizures happen, they shall inform us. So they will inform me, and then thereafter they will share with other members of the DPCI management on the WhatsApp group. So I shall have known on the day of the seizure.
And is it General Senona who would have informed you?
It is General Senona who shall have informed me.
Okay. Do you recall whether he would have told you about the team that had executed the bust, or any details about the actual operation itself, or just that they were successfully seized?
No, you will not have briefed me about the details, the nitty-gritties. It shall just say that members in KwaZulu-Natal, so I will not expect him to tell me what the details of the members who were involved. Those he will deal with in the province.
And then what do you then know personally about where the drugs were going to be stored and the efforts that were made to try and store the drugs before it was taken to the Port Shepstone DPCI offices?
I was not alerted where they will be storing, but if my memory serves me correctly, there was time when there was a need to transport the drugs to Cape Town, either escorting them by helicopter and the like. I can't recall the nitty-gritties, but I didn't know precisely where they were going to store the drugs, because there was a problem of the laboratory where they must be taken to in KwaZulu-Natal, and which means that normally it's supposed to be a station or wherever they can be safely stored.
So on the day of the bust, General Senona didn't have a discussion with you about the fact that they were having difficulty finding a storage place for the drugs, and a decision had been taken that it's going to be stored at the DPCI Port Shepstone offices. You were not aware of that?
I'm not recalling that he raised the issue of difficulty of storing the drugs.
But when did you first become aware that the drugs were stored or going to be stored at Port Shepstone DPCI offices?
Really, I shall say that from the moment that the drugs were stolen, I became aware that they are stored at the Port Shepstone. But I'm not certain, I can't recollect that, or precisely when did I become aware. Because the same storage, I think, previously they shall have stored the drugs that we seized in one of the clandestine laboratory in KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay, so what you're saying is your involvement really starts when the drugs are stolen?
Yes, that is when I closely have to look at this, or how can this happen?
Okay, can you tell us how you were informed that it was stolen? Who told you? And what did you do?
General Sinona informed me on the day that the drugs were stolen, the day that they discovered that the drugs were stolen. And I immediately assigned my deputy, Lieutenant-General Musikili at the time, to go and attend and fact-finding precisely what have happened and bring back a report. And that is what I have done.
Okay, then I think that takes us to 87 on page 27. You say, I directed the component head of serious organized crime to attend the crime scene, the criminal investigation. Who was that component head?
The component head of the serious organized crime at the time was Major General Kana.
Okay, and you say on 1 December, based on that directive, he established a task team led by a senior officer to attend.
That's
Paragraph
correct.
87.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So was that to investigate whether DPCI officers were involved, or was it to investigate the theft itself?
We investigate the theft in itself, whether DPCI members are involved or whoever is involved, the theft as a whole.
Okay, and then you can continue from paragraph 88.
On 24 January 2022, Lieutenant General Musigiri provided a report to me for the purpose of appraising me regarding the housebreaking and theft. In the report, she attached the report of Major General Leseja Sinona. In paragraph 2.2.10, she indicated as follows.
You don't have to read that. I think the point being made there is that they were looking into the investigation, and you can then go to 89. In the report?
In the report, Lieutenant General Musigili reflects 8 burglaries that have happened between 2011 and 2025. She expressed her view in paragraph 5.1, where she stated,
Yes, you can read that.
it is the view of the Deputy National Head that theft of exhibits within the DPCI offices embarrassed the Directorate and the country in general, and left a huge blow on the trust that the public have towards this allied crime-fighting unit. Communities expect accountability, and where there is wrongdoing, there should be corrective measures. Precise and appropriate action in this regard is critical, as it impacts directly on the department's constitutional obligations.
And then at 90, I think this is the important aspect of the report, because certain recommendations are made and you deal with them in there. You don't have to read the recommendations, we know what they were, but you say these recommendations by General Musikiri should be looked at holistically. And then you deal at paragraph 29 with that. Page 29, paragraph 91. You can read that.
On attending to the progress report on 28 January 2022, I instructed the Deputy National Head to discuss paragraph 6. The discussion was intended to unpack the recommendations with the prevailing circumstances. This includes the fact that the appointment of a functionary must be intended for a specified member upon whom notice must be given before investigation starts, as provided for in terms of Regulation 8, Sub-Regulation 1 of the South African Police Service Discipline Regulations of 2016. There were reports on the challenges of security of Hawks offices, including the same head office that we were sitting in. We have Ms. Office at the Hawks, which should be engaged before a decision is made. We would have to clarify progress report from the provincial head, as she could have directed him to provide in the same way that she directed him to provide the report on 8 November 2021. We shall also have reminded each other that the provincial head was appointed on the 1st of August 2020, which is the same date of her appointment as Deputy National Head, while the report was submitted on the 22nd of January 2020.
And continue, 92.
I have not been able to establish as to whether the meeting took place, and requested the office to check the diary from the 22nd of January 2022 to the 30th of June 2022, as she was appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner on the 1st of July 2022. It cannot be established on physical diary and shall rely on her records.
So separate from the meeting, sitting here today, can you tell us whether 6.1 of the recommendation was implemented?
On page 28.
No, this during my time, it was not done during my time. So I know that they have done that later on, but not during my time.
So 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, there was no investigation to determine whether the DPCI members involved committed misconduct. Because that's what the recommendation is about. It's about discipline of the DPCI members, not the criminal investigation.
Yeah, about the rest of the members, I wouldn't know, because that is a line function which should have started in the province. About the provincial head that I could have instituted, that has not been done. It was not submitted to me that I should initiate disciplinary processes against the provincial head.
No, the recommendation is that somebody be appointed to investigate in terms of the SAPS discipline regulations to establish whether misconduct was committed in the handling and storage of the exhibits. So the question is 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, until you left in May 2025. Do you know if that was done?
From head office, from my office.
Because the recommendation was to you. So that's why I'm asking, do you know if that was done? Was there an investigation, internal investigation, to determine whether the DPCI officers involved, whether it's at the level of General Senona or below him, whether they were guilty of misconduct and should have been charged? Was there such an investigation?
To my knowledge, there wasn't, because I would have known when investigation is being done against the provincial head, because that will come to me. So that was not done. Nobody has suggested that the provincial head need to be investigated departmentally.
No, but this is what the recommendation says, that all those involved, there must be an investigation to determine whether they should be disciplined. That is the crux of 6.1. I hope I'm not being jacharach and getting ahead of
Please-
where you are going, so
Please
I'm
read
gonna-
this out loud, Doctor.
That the national head appoint a senior functionary at the level of Major General to lead an investigation in terms of SAPS discipline regulation to establish whether misconduct was committed in the handling and storage of exhibits.
There. Now one of the last things you said was that if the provincial head had been disciplined, that would have come to your knowledge. This says you should appoint a major general to investigate.
Yeah, that discussion shall have indicated, or why should I appoint a major general who is to be investigated? When you initiate an investigation, you inform those against whom the investigation is initiated. So in this regard, no identification was done as to who is to be investigated.
So you just left it at that?
Yeah, I think
No,
that,
because the
as I
detail-
indicated, we should have, I'm not recalling as to whether we have ever said, as I directed the recommending officer, that come and let's discuss this matter.
My challenge, Dr. Lebeya, is DPCI loses 541 kilograms of cocaine. And you send General Musikidi to assist with the investigation. And she recommends to you that a senior functionary be appointed by you to lead an investigation to establish whether DPCI members have committed misconduct. It's as simple as that. That's the recommendation to you. And you say, let's have a meeting. But if the meeting does not happen, nothing is going to happen to the DPCI members. There's not even going to be an investigation to determine whether they were negligent or grossly negligent, or if they did in fact steal the cocaine. So
If the investigation was to be done to the rest of the members, Commissioner, up to the brigadier level, it would take place there in the province. It will be done by the provincial head.
no, but the directive has to come from you, because if the provincial head is implicated, he cannot investigate himself and his team. If he's the one who made decisions, and you say now he must initiate the investigation, what interest would he have in initiating an investigation where he was the decision maker? That's why the recommendation is to you as the national head to initiate the process.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, if where the Commissioner is reading that, the provincial head is implicated, because in other paragraph, it is the provincial head who must be providing progress reports.
No, but I think the debate with you now is you have instructed an investigation. You sent somebody to go and investigate. They come back to you with a report. And the first paragraph in that report says, you appoint a functionary to investigate that, and then it just dies there. All you do in that report is you say, let's discuss, and that's the end of the matter, when in fact, your functionary that you sent comes back to you with a report and says, you should appoint somebody. I think that's the discussion that is being had with you.
Yeah. I think that if we only separate that paragraph and deal with it separately, it would appear that nothing was being done. But here there are other paragraphs, including the continuous investigation to determine what have actually happened. With regard to the discipline, if I have to appoint, it will mean that the provincial head is involved. And this discussion shall have indicated if the provincial head is suspected to be involved, then that is when I will issue those directive notices.
You would only know, Doctor, whether the provincial head was implicated in wrongdoing if you had instituted recommendation 6.1, which was the appointment of someone at the level of a major general to lead an investigation to establish whether misconduct was committed. At that stage, I don't understand that to be actually a disciplinary process. It's just to investigate, does it look like misconduct was committed here? And once that person comes back to you with a report, is then that you will see whether, amongst others, the provincial head is also implicated in wrongdoing in the form of misconduct. So maybe let me ask this question. Did you reject recommendation 6.1 or did you accept it?
I did not reject 6.1 as I directed the author to come and discuss. In terms of application of the regulation, my understanding has been that to initiate an investigation, you must identify the person against whom the investigation is conducted.
That was going to be identified by the person at the level of a major general whom you would have appointed. That's the person who would identify all the people that that person thought had committed misconduct. That's the person who would do the identification. Or are you reading this differently? If so, on what basis are you reading it differently? Just look at 6.1 as I'm engaging you and tell me why it does not mean what I've just said to you.
My reading is that we are applying regulation 8 of the discipline regulation, and it have got a starting point. Where does one appoint? I have not seen anywhere where we'll appoint a commissioner, a person and say, come and investigate a departmental matter. We don't know who is implicated. Who do you give notice that there is this investigation? What I know is that we will investigate criminal leg of this. When evidence become available that indicate wrongdoing departmentally, then we can go into that other one. Now that we have identified wrongdoers departmentally, you can institute a departmental investigation.
So in your own mind, how would the wrongdoers be identified ultimately, if there were any? How would they be identified? Apologies that we appear to be probing at this stage. I guess, yeah, we just did. It was a simple question when it was asked of you by Commissioner Khumalo, but then follow-up questions became necessary. How would wrongdoers be identified?
In some states,
Short of just throwing up your hands in the air and basically doing nothing about this.
yeah. For me, when you put the investigation team criminally to investigate that, they will unearth what have actually transpired. If the members of the DPCI are found to be involved, those reports will trigger the initiation of departmental. Normally, even if it is, the criminal investigation is handled at another unit outside the Hawks, the moment they identify the possibility of departmental contravention, they will report to the immediate supervisor of those members to consider departmental investigation.
Last question from me on this. So do I understand you to say that recommendation 6.1 was legally incompetent?
No, I do not say that it was incompetent.
If it was legally competent, then I still don't understand why you did not implement it. Anyway, that's, as I said, that's the last question.
I think we will come back to it because I know Advocate Ngube has her own way of dealing with it. But for now, the simple question was really, did you do anything about this? And the answer is you did not, because General Musikidi never had the meeting with you.
I will accept that one.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify? The General Musikidi report, did it not have names of people that were involved with the operation and the handling and the decisions about storage? Did it not have those kind of details?
I do not recall the nitty-gritties of the content of what it all mentioned, but it did not suggest as to who should we investigate in this disciplinary process.
Yeah, let me interrupt you, sorry. I accept when you say it did not say who should be in the disciplinary investigation. I was just asking whether she reported back to you in this report that so-and-so was in the operation, so-and-so was made the decision or authorized the decision to handle these goods, so-and-so authorized the decision to store them in Port Shepstone. I'm asking that kind of a simple question.
I can't recall the nitty-gritties in the report, but the members who performed several activities shall have been included.
Thank you, General.
I'm certain Ms. Sigaz Ngube will probably, at the stage of probing you, General or Doctor, will take us through that report and show us how, if at all, there were shortcomings in it insofar as, for example, issues of identifying possible culprits.
Thank you, Chair. General, you then deal with the remainder of that topic. You deal with the issues of security at the premises and the DPCI premises in general. But if I understood your evidence, you say you weren't aware that the drugs were even stored at Port Shepstone until they were stolen.
Yeah, that is what I can't recall.
So the purpose of putting this in your statement is really to highlight to the commissioners that security was an issue at the DPCI offices generally and that audits were conducted.
Yes, it is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. And you mentioned that on page 32, paragraph 101, that the recommendations to audit is an exercise that was already undertaken in July 2018. That recommendation is from the Musikidi information note. You say it was already undertaken in July 2018. And was that report available at the time when General Sonona took office as the provincial head? Because this is in July 2018, if I understand your 101, and General Sonona gets appointed in August of 2020.
I don't think this is referring to a national challenge. I don't think that he shall have been informed. We don't necessarily discuss nitty-gritties, but the fact that the problem of accommodation and the like is known, has been repeated in several forums. So whether you have known or not, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Then on page 33, you deal with the allegations of corruption against Warrant Officer Carl Ronald Sander. And here it was really about the complaint that had been received by you on the 5th of February 2024 about Warrant Officer Sander at page 103. Can you deal with that?
Paragraph 103, I requested information kept by the DPCI to check the facts relating to Warrant Officer Carl Ronald Sander. I established that on the 5th of February 2024, at approximately 16:07, my office received an email at my official address, lebeya@saps.gov.za, copied to 2 other members. The head of the executive supporting my office attended to the email at 18:26, directing it to the provincial head of the DPCI in KwaZulu-Natal for attention and feedback by the 23rd of February 2024.
Then at 104, you deal with what the email contained. We've dealt with that already in previous evidence. Can we go to 105? You say that the allegations are of a serious nature and couldn't be ignored. You then asked General Sonona to deal with it and provide feedback, correct?
That's correct, Your Commissioner.
And then on page 35, you received the first report regarding this issue, and you're given an inquiry number. Now, you say that the officer attended to the matter and compiled this report, which was signed by the provincial head, and you say, I read the report and remarked as follows, noted, open a file, is this member attached to the walks? But you don't say what the report stated, the first report.
Yes, I did not state what the report stated, but I attached all the reports
To your
to
statement.
my statement.
Are those all the reports that's listed at 108?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll have a look at that when we deal with cross-examination. Then if we can go to 109, you confirm that deal with what was the second progress report, which you endorsed on the 25th of April 2024, and then there were additional charges against Warrant Officer Sander regarding non-disclosure of business interests.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, did you receive any report from General Sonona or anyone regarding the initial allegations of corruption against Warrant Officer Sander that established that there was indeed corruption?
Yeah, the report that they submitted was that they couldn't find the source of information, the person who was giving them information, so they did not confirm that allegation.
Okay. So then all that remained was the issue about non-disclosure of business interest.
That's correct.
Okay. Then if we can then deal with paragraph 111, page 36, the transfer of Warrant Officer Sander. You would have, I don't know if you're aware of his evidence that he was transferred from SANAP to the support services, and he says it was because he was stepping on toes because of the drug bust that he was making at the time. I don't know if you heard that evidence of his.
I have heard about that evidence.
Did you have any involvement in his transfer to support services?
No.
Were you informed that he had been transferred?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, because in your statement you deal with a different transfer which never materialized, but that was for him to go outside of DPCI, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it doesn't relate to the one where he was transferred temporarily to support services while the investigation into the corruption allegations were ongoing.
No.
In any of the reports that General Sonona had given you about that investigation, did he mention that he had moved the member away from SANAP pending the outcome of the investigation?
I don't have any report where you shall have reported that to me. What the office have provided to me, because I'm now not working in the office, there is none.
Okay. You speak in your statement about a transfer where the approval of the national head is required, so a member cannot move without your approval as the national head at the time.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But would that be the same for a temporary placement? So in this instance, Warrant Officer Sando was transferred temporarily pending the outcome of the investigation.
No, that one is a disciplinary regulation. It's a movement in terms of disciplinary process that the provincial head can do. It's a line management. It's temporary. It's not considered transfer in terms of the transfer policy.
Yeah, okay. Then we are on page 39, which deals with another topic, the involvement in the DPCI's investigation into alleged misconduct by Advocate Andrea Johnson. And really all that was required of you here was to confirm whether you would have met with Advocate Shamila Batoy, who was the NDPP at the time, regarding the allegations that were made against Advocate Johnson by Witness O, who we identify that person as Witness O, for providing a docket to General Khan where he was a suspect, and whether you would have had a meeting with Advocate Shamila Batoy to provide her with the statement by that witness and to request from her that a prosecutor be appointed to prosecute the matter.
I did meet Advocate Batoy.
And that would have been on or before the 2nd of September.
I think it's the 2nd of
Yes,
September.
the
There is a
2nd.
date, specific date that I
In your
mentioned.
diary, in your physical diary, it does, you say it does say the 2nd of
The
September.
2nd of September, yes.
Yes.
The 2nd of September.
Yes. So you did meet her, you can finish that?
Yeah, I met her and gave her the statement as requested by Colonel Rulofse and conveyed the message of the request that he needed prosecutors to assist and to also look into that officer of hers departmentally.
And I know you probably don't recall, as you say at paragraph 130, you don't recall the nitty-gritty, but is it correct that you do recall that what you would have asked her was that your members have requested that a prosecutor, a senior prosecutor, be assigned to the matter?
The purpose of that meeting was solely to go and carry over the request that the members have made. So while I do not have the exact wording that we shall have used, but was to give that statement and indicate that they request a prosecutor to assist and departmental consideration of her member. So that is the two things that he wanted.
Did you, in that discussion with her, say to her that you shouldn't discuss this with Advocate Johnson, or did you just assume that common sense would dictate that she wouldn't discuss it with Advocate Johnson, who is an implicated person?
I have never dictated how to handle the matter with her personnel. In my view, if there is allegations against a member under my command, and I have got information, I can't be discussing with that member. So they have got their own rules, how they operate. I did not dictate.
It sounds as though I'm addressing what you said earlier, not now in response to the last question. It seems as though you did not yourself own what your members told you, because you say you went to Advocate Patoi and just conveyed what your members were saying and what their wishes were. And to me, it sounds as if you did not yourself necessarily see that there was substance, because if you saw that there was substance in what they were saying, you would have owned this and go there saying, this is what I have established based on what I got from my members, and here is what I propose, which would indicate that you yourself actually owned what your members have told you. Now you just say, I went to her and I told her that my members were saying and that they wished for this to happen. Sounds as if you did not own this.
It is correct, Commissioner. I don't own that one.
Is that because you saw no substance in it?
First, there was no investigation, criminal investigation. And if there was criminal investigation, it was to be registered at the station. And if it was to be registered at the station, the mandate would not have come to the DPCI, would have been handled by the detective service. And in case it was to be handled by the DPCI, if it was looked into and found that it requires the DPCI, those DPCI members would have come from Gauteng, Pretoria, and not Cape Town.
Why did you take it to Advocate Patoi then? Because it sounds as if you did not yourself see substance in it. Why did you take it to Advocate Patoi?
There was a request, Commissioner, by the members that here, the member from that particular office of the DPCI, this is what the member have done. So they have requested. I couldn't find reason to refuse and say, no, I can't do this one, go and do it yourself.
Yes, Mr. Girls.
Can I just ask, when, why did you not have what you've just described now, that there should have been a case registered, there should have been an investigation by detectives, and that list that you gave, why did you not discuss that with Colonel Rolofse when he comes to you and says, I want this to go to the NDPP? Why don't you say to him, if you did not, why don't you say to him, what do you want her to do? Obviously to prosecute, that's why he's saying to you, get a prosecutor. That process that you say should have happened, why do you not discuss it with him at that point?
It happens when the investigators just need to hear advice from the prosecutors, and he needed that advice. If he have indicated that he wanted to register a case for the investigation, I shall have directed that go and register the matter or advise the complainant to report the matter. Because under normal circumstances, it will not have come to that team that I have assigned to work at the IDEC. And the view that they wanted to assume that anything alleged against crime intelligence they will take, I would not have agreed with that. The nature of the crime that they alleged was defeating the ends of justice. I think when the commissioners look at the mandate of the DPCI, when it comes to the portion relating to defeating the ends of justice, that defeat must emanate from a case that actually is in the mandate of the DPCI.
I understand that explanation. My question is, why at that point you don't say to him that, but this doesn't, why are you, rule of say, even looking at this and wanting to speak to a prosecutor about it. This is a matter that belongs in this process that you have described. It's one thing to say it now, that he should have done A, B, C, D, but in the moment when he comes to you, it's a live case as far as he's concerned. But you now tell us it was mishandled, and my question is, well, at that point, he comes to you because you are his superior. He's not talking to a friend. He's talking to the head of the DPCI, who is the liaison with NDPP, because he won't, I assume he can't go directly to Advocate Batoi. That's why he's coming through you. But now that you know, at that time, in the moment, that this is what he's dealing with, the question remains, at that point, why don't you engage him in the way that you're describing now, so that the matter could be redirected where it should have gone?
Colonel Rulofse is a senior officer who has been dealing with this kind of matters. And many a case they have registered, where there is a need to register a case, they have caused that to be registered without first asking as to whether they can do this or that. In this, I understood that he is requesting that a prosecutor from the NPA can advise as to what should be done. If he have requested view from me, I would have advised that let the matter be registered at the station. And then it's either an inquiry or a docket be registered at the station. And if registered, it would not have needed the DPCI. It doesn't require the DPCI. It's not in the mandate of the DPCI. So I was facilitating to assist him with what he is requesting, that prosecutor look at what your officials are engaged in.
Thank you. Ms. Segal?
Thank you. And Colonel Rulof's concern and Captain McLean's concern was that they needed it to be a senior prosecutor, so they couldn't direct the request themselves, and that's why they came to you, so that you could speak to the NDPP, because they couldn't go directly to the NDPP, correct?
Captain McLean was not part of the discussion. He may have learned about it from Colonel Rulofse.
Yes, I'm saying when Colonel Rulofse comes to you, he's expressing a concern that because of Advocate Johnson's position as the head of IDAC, they wanted somebody, a senior prosecutor, to assist them.
Yes, to assist them in advising them of, because there was no case that they were investigating. There was no investigation that they were doing.
Yes, that's
Any
correct.
investigation would not have landed in that space where they had a specific mandate.
Yes, and that's why they then came to you. I'm agreeing with you that the request to you was a request that we don't know what to do. But we know that somebody senior needs to advise us here because of Advocate Johnson's position. It can't just go to a junior. That's why they approached you, because they wanted you as the head of DPCI to speak to the head of the NDPP, so to facilitate the appointment of a prosecutor that would be senior enough to take on the matter, whether it was to advise them or to open the case, to have a full investigation or not.
I will accept that.
Yes, thank you. Chair, that then concludes the evidence of Dr. Lebeya. We have arranged...
Concludes the statements.
The statement, yes.
Yes.
We have arranged a date, but we will... to a date to be confirmed, Chair. But between the legal representatives, we have secured a date.
Thank you, Ms. Sigels Ngube. Doctor, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to a date to be arranged. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.